Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. How's it going, everybody? Welcome on in. How was your weekend, y'all? Good to see you again, Icicle. What's up, Echo? Hello there, Ion. Hey, PK. Hope you're enjoying your day. Hello, Trickster. Owari, welcome on in. What's up, Insight? Pug, hello. Rogue, welcome back. Dalen, how are you? Nero, good to see you. Blue, what's up? May for 2 years. Holy smokes. That's insane, actually. Holy smokes. 2 years? Sheesh. Thank you so much, May. Riaz Cheese Wizard, welcome back, both of you. Hello, Blue. Hello, Cardi. How's everyone doing today? How am I feeling? Good. It was just a migraine yesterday. I don't really know what caused it. I was just in pain, so I was like, you know what? I should just take the day. I'm feeling much better. It was just a migraine yesterday, nothing too crazy. It's Warframe time, and you got you in Arizona. Ooh, tasty. Cardi, there you are. Okay, who would like to join us? You know what we're doing. You know what we're doing. We doing our rep dailies. We got Red Veil and New Loca. Halo Knight. 35. No, your streak got reset. Oh, I'm sorry that your streak got reset, but I'm happy to have you here nonetheless. I appreciate you. Okay, anyone else for Red Veil dailies? We got room for 1. Sure, why not, Icicle? Sure, come on down. Red Veil. And Halo, did the invite get out to you? Hey, Elite Ghoul, how you doing? Oh, it says that you're offline, Halo. You might need to double check to see if you're in solo or if you're just not online yet. Could be either. Need to log in quick? No worries, we can wait. It's all good in the hood. I'm really excited for that Nidus rework. When I was taking a look at just sort of they expanded the information in the dev workshop, and he's looking really impressive. The amount of healing regeneration that he has on his 4 now is so much stronger. Going from 20 to 75, like that's massive. 3.25 times multiplied. It's crazy good. Isn't it he doesn't lose stacks? He doesn't lose stacks now. Do you need Arc and Grace anymore? I don't think so. Because it scales with power strength. And then plus the HP regen that he gets from his passive. Well, his baseline, it's not technically a part of his passive. Could be very interesting. Yeah, could swap to Bellicose, or of course, you know, there's lots of weapons now these days that have some form of healing function, plus companions. With Hunter Recovery, right? So that should actually be pretty dang tasty. Just replaying through Subnautica, been really fun experiencing it. Also crazy how much you remember about where things are not playing after a year or two. Nice. Do you know if you can give people the Textilice artifact acquisition? Oh, I don't know if you can or not. I know that each account can only get access to 1, so boo. I don't know. I am uncertain. Synax Prime and Primer Compression has you plotting war crimes. Yeah, Synax Prime. I mean, Synax is a frame that I've been enjoying forever. His gun platform build is the one that I like the most. I'm not a big fan of the helicopter build personally. Playing around his 4th augment. So it'll be nice to see the be nice to see a little bit of an improvement there. If they bought it, no. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. You left us behind? Oh, do you not know the trick here? With the elevator? Oh, I can't go down. If the elevator's going up, you can fall into the pit and get teleported to the top of the elevator. So it's actually speeding you up by leaving you behind. And specifically on this tile set. You like taking the elevator up? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that. Played a bit of the second. It's so good so far. Yeah, I've heard really good things about Subnautica too. And good on them. Like, the whole Crafton CEO BS trying to screw them over was, well, needless to say, I'm very happy to hear that they lost that court case. Time to pay up, Crafton. Time to pay up. Getting royally effed over? Yeah, it's, yeah, they deserved it. Let's put it that way. They are getting their just desserts. And, you know, if there's one thing that us, the poors, enjoy, it is getting one over on the billionaires. So we will take it where we can. Hope they get enough money to buy the game from them. Shitty that something, the game being a write-off. Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate the whole situation is, but thankfully, you know, they're getting $250 million bonus now because of it. Play through all 3 Subnautica games? There's 3 of them? I thought there was only the 2 of them. Oh, Below Zero, that's right. I thought that was just a... I didn't realize that was a full spin-off. I thought that was just a DLC. Like an expansion type thing. I was gonna say. Felt like there was something weird there, but not really. Hey, champ. It's technically a game. Word. Kind of like, what was that? Fallout? No, not Fallout. Far Cry. Where they did the future with the robot dinosaurs Far Cry. Forgot to say hi. It's all good. Welcome in. Happy to have you. Yeah, Blood Dragon. That's the one. Sounds like a Saints Row plot. Basically. Quick question about Warframe specifically affecting pyrotechnics. Does it get affected by Arcane Avenger? No. It can crit on certain enemies because certain enemies have a crit on weak points. So that's like the Murmur and Scaldra and Techront. So it can crit sometimes, but baseline, I do not believe that it gains crit chance from Avenger. I don't believe so off the top of my head. But it does get bonus damage from counts as weapon buffs, so things like Nourish, Arachne, Vigorous Swap, all of those will do it as well. Hey Chrome, King Joe's, no worries. Never been more disappointed than with your Soma Incarnate turned your high fire rate crit machine into a moderate fire rate kind of crits. The augment for it actually does really well with it, because the augment does still give it crit chance in the Incarnate form. It is low crit chance because that's baseline low crit chance, but it's actually pretty solid. Hey Shiro, how you doing? Welcome on in. Man, I am really frustrated with TikTok today. Is Charm to Prime a good gun for Steel Path? Absolutely. Absolutely is. I would highly recommend investing into fire rate onto it, but it is very good. Nice rework that you want because one Exalted Tentacle. Listen, every time that someone says, give it an Exalted frame, if everything has an Exalted frame, Exalted weapon, does that make Exalted weapons like important in any way, shape, or form? So I hear ya, it would be nice, but the thing is with Exalteds, I'm glad that they aren't because that's more forma investment, increases the cost of being able to play the frame. So I'm glad that they're not doing anything with that, but I understand where you're coming from. Goes from red crates without Incarnate to yellow with. Yeah, but it's also the higher status chance. It's all slash damage. Pair it with viral, does really well. But I get where you're coming from. You having a hard time not having to shoot enemies 40 times each to kill them? If you take a look at my build, Trumna. It's a little bit older, but it's still good at, still a fine build. Still a fine build. Do you think the Hind is the best AR? Well, the Hind's a very good weapon, but you'll eventually, as time goes on, find more and more weapons that are really good. What does the cup say? It says words. It says bird. No, regular Hind there. Excalibur to have his first and third be separate exalted from his fourth? Again, if everything is an exalted weapon, think of all that form that you need to spend. I'm glad that they aren't. Because then you would have just so many formal required for plain stuff. Coffee, is that a Warframe jersey? Where do you buy it? This was a gift from DE. For content creators and DE employees at last TennoCon. I don't believe that it's going to be available for people. Nice dream work is teammate kills also contribute to passive stacks. They already do. That already happens. Long. That's with his larva. Now that said, it's also getting a buff in the next patch. So right now I think it has a 50% chance and it's going to go up to a 100% chance for enemies who kill inside of there. That's so awesome. You hit MR30 last month. Heck yeah. Congratulations. That's awesome to hear. And thank you so much again for your Prime sub. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Cries and Sevagoth. Yeah, exactly. Like whenever people are like, I want exalted on everything. And then the other like 90% of the community is complaining about the fact that they now have to install 7,000 more forma into something. But then again, I also really do like exalted stuff in Warframe. It's very neat. But I'm kind of glad that they're not going too crazy with the exalted stuff. Not too crazy. Awesome. Been so long since you touched Nidus. Yeah, Nidus is one of those frames that I used to really love to play. But he just kind of fell behind and wasn't all that fun to play anymore because of falling behind. So I'm very excited for this rework or touch up, but you know, SEO. I call it a rework in the title because good old search engines. Equinox buff when? I mean, Equinox is really good right now, but don't get me wrong, I wouldn't say no to a buff. She could probably use it, but she's actually quite strong. What's better, primary blight or merciless for the Sobek build? Kind of depends on if you're having problems with damage output. Sometimes I find going into merciless for the extra reload speed and the extra damage can be really nice. Just to like tip it over the edge. But if you're not having any damage issues or you're using it with a weapon platform frame, primary blight is the better option. So it's kind of a 6 of one, half dozen another. Depends on your playstyle and what you're doing. Don't need a buff. She needs synergy. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. Horse, 50 stream streak. Thank you so much. Using what Warframes are getting the augment mods? It is Kome, Temple, Noko, and Dante are the frames that are getting augment mods. We do not have any information on Noko or... What is it? It's Noko and Kome's augments. We don't have any information on yet. But the Dante augment, we know at least the concept of what it's going to be, and the Temple augment, we also know the concept of. You're trying to level up the high, but no one wants to play with? Then I'd recommend just sort of keep going, you know, go through it as you go. Sometimes there's people to play, sometimes there isn't. I don't think that Kome needs any of the more band-aid augments, so I'm just interested to see what's going to be there. Problem with Nidus is he only excels in survival. No, he's the problem with Nidus, current Nidus, is the stack generation just takes so long. So it's not just survival, it's any endurance is where he really excels, because then he can get his stacks up. But then he ends up falling off really hard currently, so we'll see how it goes. LR pushback, 5 months, 5 days. Just got the Chalker and forgot how mean it was. Oh, the Chalker is great fun. I love that thing. Seeing Forma used at 150 plus for one frame feels a pity. I don't even put that many into a frame. I put 100 in. Hope you're having a good day. A bit of a random topic, except for Roku. Been waiting for an Ashe skin since Shroud and Koga came out. I mean, Ashe, the Koga skin for Ashe is hands down my favorite skin for him. It's really nice. Not sure if they buffed. They did buff his stack generation. And if you watch today's short, you'll see some more information there. Hey, Ollie, how you doing? Good to see you. Your persistence bug hit you? Good. They should buff Nidus' 1 to stack damage with stacks of mutation. It already does that. Its damage goes up with the more mutation stacks you have. That's already how the ability works. Get off the point, nerd. Question, how do you keep the Dirigia alive? Yours is dying a lot. If you want to, you can send me your build in game and I can take a look at it. Alternatively, you can also type !Dirigia and you can see my build. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here. Sit tight. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. And if you don't like ads, but you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Hope you're feeling better with your back and migraines. Yeah, the migraine yesterday was just a little bit strong. So I was like, I'm not going to be in a good mood today. So I'm just going to take the day off. You kind of like me? Oh, that's nice. I'm glad to hear that. Nidus being able to link companions is going to be nuts. Yeah. And as Toka said there, Nidus is going to be Link Vitality the Frame. Going forward, it's going to be really, really good on him. Well, for his companions. They're going to get really healthy. They're going to have more health than... Honestly, they might actually have more health than Nidus himself. I think my Nidus right now gets up to, without, like, outside buffs, gets up to, like, 20,000 health right now. Does Nidus work with Hurus, Kubro, Invisibility? At this point in time, yes. If you're playing around his stomping from his 1. But there's not really much of a reason to do that, in my opinion. Especially with the update, he's going to have a lot better survivability. Hey, Syncbot. Having a good day. You continue to get your Kulvo and Rauta grind, so nice to have your stream going. Heck yeah. Do you think they'll revert the Steinax nerf? What nerf are you speaking of there? Pablo's Q&A on X. Nice some clarities on the twins. Yeah, I saw that. Really, really good to see a little bit of extra information there. Hey, Erzman. I'm always down for more info. The one where you can't cast the 4 in the air, I think that they're probably going to keep that, realistically speaking. It's just a bit of a hassle. I understand why they did it. It was to do with, like, getting pushed out of, like, maps and some weird-ass stuff. Found out the best thing about Sirius and Orion because of Reb. What is that, Cardi? Remember when strain mods work multiplicatively with Nidus? It was actually not multiplicatively with Nidus. What it was, if I remember correctly, because I did test that, it wasn't that it was multiplicative. It was that when the stacks expired, it didn't remove health. So then further applications of it then was multiplicative. So it was constantly, continuously increasing. So it wasn't just multiplicative. It was the fact that it wasn't expiring properly. So then it kept his health at that max, and then more of the strain set worked into that new max health, which then created it to being multiplicative. It was hilarious. Not getting the mission screen? Yeah, no worries. It's just the loading thing. It's all good. All force. Playing Fall Guys? Nice. I don't really play Fall Guys all that much. If I remember that bug properly, it was like a year and a half ago that that bug popped up, so I may not be remembering it properly. You have a question, Mr. Roo. I have an answer. What's up? You'll always be feral? All right. Well, I suppose. How am I? I'm doing better. My migraine's gone now, which is nice. Belly buttons? Okay. They have belly buttons. I think we all have belly buttons. All Warframes have belly buttons if you look hard enough. So, when are we, falling into degeneracy, Rue? Hey, Niall. How you doing? Titania's Deluxe has a belly button? We all have belly buttons down here. Great question. Understood. Trying to make time this weekend? Or just let me know. Oh, nothing over there. Nothing over there. Just telling off Cardi for being feral. You know what? I don't blame you. I too would tell Cardi off for being feral. Anything down here? Nope, nothing down there. And anything down here? Nothing down here. Oh. This way, this way. Will D ever consider the explosive weapons? They're now outclassed by Incarnates anyway. The problem with those is to do with AFK strats. So I doubt they'll revert that. Also, with ammo mutation mods, it's not that bad anymore. It's relatively easy to, especially like with the Brahma and the Tsar. If you're just moving around properly, it's not hard to maintain your ammo supply on those weapons anymore. Hey Fox, how you doing? Heirloom skins look like that? I think it's just because they look cool. More than anything. I love the galaxy effect on the heirloom skins. I don't think like there's a reason for it other than the rule of cool, which as we all know is the most important rule. Cooking dinner, no worries. Enjoy your lurk. I hope that whatever you're eating is delicious. Goes again. You love donuts? Man, I love donuts too. I want donuts. Why is my map not showing this room existing? Interesting. Where the F is extract? Oh, it's this way. The rule of cool surpasses all? Yeah. Sad that the Kuvazar is only used by crewmate. Cyto9 loves the Kuvazar. Cyto9 is really, really good with the Kuvazar, actually. That's actually probably where it gets the most use these days. At least for normal play, I should say. All right. Let's skedaddle. Who works with the Tsar? Cyto9. What if you get a burrito instead? Burritos. I do want donuts, though. I do like donuts. Lee made a good video on it. Yeah, the Cyto9 tech is, I think most people have made, like, when they're making long format videos on site. It's, the Kuvazar, the Sobek are both super solid. Okay, if you are not joining us for New Loka, please leave the squad. And we got room for one for New Loka. How many syndicate medallions do I have stored up? Oh, I have no idea at this point. It's not going to be as much as last time because the time between the prime accesses is shorter this time. So it's not going to be as good as previous. Trumna's also great with the site. Yep, Trumna's good. Sobek's good. Please don't use Kuvazar with site and pubs. We don't want his resupply skill nerfed. It's not going to happen. DE doesn't really nerf anymore. That's not really something DE does. Old-fashioned glaze is not bad. Sour cream glaze is really good. You like how DE use their own railjack for solo constellations? Yeah, that's kind of nice. I like how they're doing that. But I also understand their reasoning for not for group play for the other one. We can't always be the same person. Rue, we are just one and the same. No one's seen us in the same room at the same time. I am just Rue. Secret. Yep. I just put on a really realistic face mask. Okay, no one seems to be joining us for New Locust. Let's go. And bald. True. That too. Tonight we dance. About a second chance. Ooh, my stomach is a little bit upset. Ugh. And for those of you who are new to sending me builds or anything like that, and for the question of group play, we'll do ETA and EDA together as a community, but we won't, I'll do the Halvania calendar alone, and then we'll do like Archon Hunt and all that with group play, and you just gotta be here when I say I would like, I need people for a thing. And for builds, just give me a second. Once I'm done doing my dailies, I'll take a look at what people have sent before we continue with our weeklies. LOS, yeah, the LOS on her alt fire is something that certainly needs to be happening. I would like to see that change happen, but it might just be like a weird coding thing that they can't fix. Oh, frig. There's something in that room and I just have no idea how to get in there. Is this one where there's a... Yes. Yes. Currently in a rabbit hole. There's a free Saren giving away 18. Ooh, the Saren? I think it was 18. I think it was 2018 because, oh no, I think 2018 was Titania? No, not Titania, Trinity. I think 2018 was Trinity. So maybe 2017? I think it was also relatively more recent as well, like... The Saren Prime was relatively recently. Like the last couple of years. $2024, yeah. That sounds about right to me. Don't forget to check inside of the spy rooms squad. They like to hide the candies in the spy rooms. 1999 Zach. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes. Back when TennoCon was one day. Back in the dark times. Oh. It's just a thing in the water. How am I? I'm doing well, Koopla. I'm trying to make Korra build with Arcane Avenger. Do you know the best way to farm it? To farm Arcane Avenger? Well, Arcane Avenger is one of the Eidolon Arcanes, so it's not, I mean, outside of Eidolons, that's the only way I think you can farm it. I don't think that it got added into another farm spot. I know some Arcanes have been added into various spots. But I do not know the exact location other than currently, other than in Eidolons. It was a part of the Operation Arcanes, but of course you can also do the Voss trading system to get it with the Eidolon Arcane pack as another option there for you. And its platinum price should be relatively cheap right now because it was just a part of the Belly of the Beast stuff. But I would also say that you probably don't really need Avenger on her. She ends up getting up to orange crits really easily with just a crit mod plus Blood Rush. So I would say you probably don't need Avenger there, but you know, more crits is not bad. Do we know if/who they're giving away this TennoCon? They have not announced that yet. Where was the I-10 sculpture? It was like way back before, like near A. Unless there's some way acquire frames. I don't know what the context for what you just said there is, JSK, so give me a second here. They give away frames during TennoCon. Usually as the Twitch drop for TennoCon, they'll give away a frame. Is Borrow Relay at the same time as TennoCon? That's correct, yeah. I don't like your honest spies. They are the poo-poo. Now, let's see if I can remember how to do this spy. Isn't it like down this way? And then over here. And then over here. And then there we go. We got it. We got it. Your own spy's not too hard? Nah, it's not too bad at all. It was just, I didn't remember where things were. It's so rare that I actually bother doing a You're Honest Spy. The underwater ones just need finessing. Yeah, see, I'm terrible at that. That's why I don't like it. You've never gone down the stairs, really? Sorry, JSK. 90% sure Frost Prime was your first prime. You're simply keeping that as your answer. Nice. As in, if there's a way to see when you got X on your account, yeah, I'm not certain about that. Are there reasons to do Tridolon hunts nowadays? I mean, if you want to run them, because we don't know when, you know, operations come back. So in between operations, there's the farm there. But of course, there's also the... there's also the Voss for trade-in system now, so even less of a reason to do Eidolons if you don't want to. Which personally, just like, I'm not a big fan of the Eidolon hunting, so I like it, but I get other people prefer it the other way. I do know that people just like to do Eidolon hunts. Favorite challenge in the calendar? Oh, not the box breakers. Yeah, I gotta do Tridolon still so that I can get the materials to rank up for the unlocks. Use the ceiling opening to solve that last spy vault? I didn't even know there was a ceiling opening. I'm going to assume this is just the loading problem I queued before you loaded out of the mission, so I'm just going to force it. Need to unbound focus? You've been delaying it for years? Ah, you'll be fine. How to get 30 Eidolon shards? Is grinding the low level one or the harder one? I believe like both are options. I don't think you need like the extra special Eidolon shards for the rank ups. So just, yeah, farming Eidolons. I don't think it necessarily matters to do Tridolon for that. And I can't remember if doing Tridolons is more And Tridolons is all 3 Eidolons, so the harder ones that you're referencing. I don't think that there's better efficiency for fighting all of them for getting the resources, but I also haven't done it in like 10 years. Okay, not actually 10 years, but I don't think I've done it in like 5 or 6 years. So I'm not 100% certain on that. Okay, just gotta run some quick ads here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads on Twitch. Sit tight. See you in a second. Hey Brady, how you doing? Taking breaks on and off since 2025. 2 trees to max. Yeah, so you do need to like use the Eidolon shards for ranking up stuff. It's mainly, I would say, save your Eidolon shards for ranking up the quills more than anything else. Solo and Eidolon suboptimal method in 8 minutes. Oh, I muted my mic to answer that spam phone call, and now I'm back. Yeah, I max all my trees. It's mainly just because, you know, in case there's some weird tech with a frame, with a specific tree interaction or something like that. But it's, you know, honestly, for most players, it's not super necessary. I would recommend you do it, though, just in case for the future, right? And it's just costs, you know, the lenses on your weapons and frames. You just passively level it up over time. How did I never know that there was this whole underground section here? That pops up over here. How did I never know that those 2 sections connected to each other? That's hilarious. Huh. Learn something new every day. I love learning new things. Oh, and there's all 8. Perfect. The update's on the 17th? That's correct, yeah. Hard to do appear in shorts, one-shotting everything? No, once you get them unlocked, it's not too hard. Just the process for unlocking them is a little bit annoying. Because it requires just a significant amount of farm. But the nice thing is that you can kind of passively farm them using Marie. You can buy every day, I think it's 5 of the resources. It's either 5 or 15 of the resources so that in 30 days you can get a Tyron strike without running the missions. Is the math behind it. I just can't remember exactly how many, but Marie does sell the tokens and sells the resources like in a 3-day rotation. So one day it's one thing, second thing on the second day, third thing on the third day, and resets from there. What Archon shard should you go for your Kome? I like cast speed and strength, basically. Kind of like Kome is relatively basic with shard things. You can of course go into like ability damage from status effects, like the rad one, the corrosive one, the electric one also does really well there. Hey catch. Building yours as a primer instead of a nuke. Yeah, just like cast speed and then like survivability stuff. Then probably you'll be fine. Friend who has quite an old PC talked to me into giving Warframe a try. Forever grateful to Mr. Steve. That's actually Dimitri. We love Dimitri in this house. Dimitri is the person whose whole goal in life is to make Warframe as accessible as possible. In fact, I did a whole short giving a shout out to Dimitri and the team there. Because especially in today's day and age with how expensive stuff are, like, I'm glad that DE recognizes how important that is for the success of the game and invests in it, and like investing in it by, you know, paying someone to do that work. It's really, really, really good that they're doing that. Such a gorgeous game for being so well optimized. Yeah, and like we like to say that the game has so many bugs, right? Which is, you know, true. The game does have a ton of bugs, but we just kind of laugh and deal with it because at the end of the day, the game runs on like everything now. And it runs really well on basically everything. Obviously, you know, the older consoles and the Switch and like the phones and so on and so forth isn't always the greatest, but like the greatest experience. But the fact that, you know, it's so accessible for everybody at any price point is such a boon for the game. I'm really, really happy. Big reminder, this game's free. Yeah, it's kind of wild that Warframe's free. Still an alpha state game? I think it's technically still a beta state, but I actually don't remember. Play Warframe on PS4 and you do completely fine besides some lag spikes when you're loading into areas? Yeah. And like that's just like limitations of the hardware because like SSDs versus NVMe and traditional older spinning drives. So that's normal. Hey Uzi, how you doing today? Hey Rat Trap, been a while. How you doing? That happens to everybody. Yeah, that's just like, you know, old console stuff or old hard drive stuff, which that happens on every single game, right? If you're doing crossplay stuff like that. Good, thank you. Good to hear. Moderate PC. This runs really high frame rate for exciting, fun, accomplishment, rewarding game. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty fantastic. Oh, Rue, I've got a streamer question for the retired streamer who streams. I don't know if you're still here. You might be gone. And if you're gone, that's okay. I'll shoot you a private message. Just lost in Augur Secrets because your team Eidolon hunting and second Eidolon bugged and UI was stuck. Lloyd, sometimes that does get sort of solved just by giving it a few minutes. The game does have sort of a loot recovery system for when that type of stuff happens. So try reloading. That might fix it for you. I'm not going to say that it's going to, but it might. The game sometimes does get stuff back when you lose stuff like that. I don't know if it'll work for you, so I'm not saying 100%, but there's a possibility at least. Turns out need D2 abilities with the update are unhinged. I can't wait. We're gonna be playing D2 a little bit next week to join in on the server slam protest. Hey Rudy, how you doing? Speaking of the devil, you may actually be right. You see second Augur Secrets on your mod list? Yep. Yeah, that's just sort of the system that they put in place because of like host migrations or just random bug outs. It's not always guaranteed gonna happen, but sometimes does. So if you ever have like a case where that happens, just try reloading once you're done. Hey, Dark High Dragon, how you doing? Welcome in. I think that was all 8. Right? Yes. And there we go, GG. Good job, squad. Running stuff with people? Yep, I run stuff with people all the time. Just right now, we're just getting these. I'm running with people right now, actually. We're just finishing off our dailies, and then I'll go do my whole Vanya calendar on my own, and then we'll go do some other stuff. Tired 12 rounds worth of loot in division because the game bugged out after the host left and one dude got spawned in the void. Yeah, that does sometimes happen as well. Sometimes, like I said, it's not a guaranteed fix. Sometimes it's a good fix. Yesterday was your birthday. Happy belated birthday, Blockin'. Hope you're doing well. All right, Riaz, what you got? Jade. Ooh, really pretty. I actually really like that color scheme. I don't know if I like the ephemera on here. The rest of that looks really good. I think you can go with a different ephemera. Kuva Hines. I love the Hind. The Hind's a ton of fun. Shred, of course, I would recommend on the Hind just for punch through and a little bit of extra fire rate. This thing does very good with fire rate. Ammo maximum, reload speed, damage, crit chance. Nice, yeah. I would say I would probably drop hammer shot for Shred. And then you don't really need Merciless because you have both aptitude and this, but you're probably doing it for the reload speed. You could maybe drop aptitude here for Shred instead because you're getting damage from here and damage from here, and so this is not as necessary. So you could drop that potentially. The rest of that all looks fine though. Trumna. So this is multiplicative on direct hits for the alt fire, and then for the main fire mode, it's additive for direct hits. So not too solid, not too bad, but super not totally necessary. Yeah, I have no idea what your joke was about the Jade. I don't know what you're trying to convey there. I would say some fire rate on here would do you really well. Like, really well. Jay was using the Exalto pipe? Yeah, I saw that. Are you just making a you shouldn't smoke when you're pregnant joke? How essential do you think punch through is compared to the second multi-shot on the Godfa Prime? I think that punch through is super important, actually. Anytime that you can give a non-AoE weapon some kind of AoE, which punch through is like a pseudo AoE because it hits more people, I would always recommend. Especially because it's not just punch through, it's fire rate at that point as well. And the Godfa really does like having punch through and fire rate. Because essentially, if you think about it this way for like activating its unique trait, multi-shot, the other multi-shot mod's only 60% fire rate extra. Shred is whatever your fire rate multi-shot. Shred is whatever your multi-shot is on the weapon, like so however many projectiles you're firing times how many enemies it's hitting. So it's if you line up your shots properly, it will be more overall damage than a 60% fire rate mod. Or multi-shot mod. Punch through changes the way the game plays as well, since it lets you shoot through doors, shields, crates, and corners. Yep, exactly. So whose Uriel is this? Champ, your Uriel. So Hotshot's very good on here because he does such high heat stuff, so very easy to activate. I would not go for Bellicose here, just because you don't have really enough health to activate Bellicose to its maximum potential. If you have Molt Augmented, use that instead. Otherwise, what you have here looks very good. Nothing really to say. You could maybe go into like Archon Stretch or regular Stretch here instead of Augur Reach. You don't really need it. Remember, Remedium heals you both health and shields as well as revives your companions. You could also, instead of Augur Secrets, go for Archon Intensify because healing your minions when they take damage from Demonium does activate Archon Intensify, giving you another 60% power strength rather than 24. And you don't really need to be too worried about your shield generation here. So I would probably switch this out for either Umbral Intensify or Archon Intensify, preferably Archon Intensify, and I would switch this out for Stretch. You don't really need the extra shield regeneration, although it is kind of nice. And what's your Uriel look like? Looks nice. I like that a lot. I like. Very tasty. Ollie, Gara. Ooh, Ollie, that looks really cool. I really like that. Very nice. Gara Prime, Roar over the 3, concentration for more duration, assuming that you're locking the duration into Roar and your 2. Expertise for shield value? I don't know if I would go expertise. I would probably go into Aegis if you need the extra shields. Because with Brief Respite, Augur Reach, you got essentially shield gating there. Aegis might do you better. You really like the ephemeral, but you don't like that it stays when moving. Otherwise, the rest of this looks good. Yeah, nothing really to say. I would just probably make the switch for Aegis instead of expertise. That's about it. Yeah. Just doing expertise for some tank honor 2. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Gives you a little bit extra shields for the damage reduction from the 2. Yeah. Pikachu Prime. Okay, well, I found the problem with your Dirigia and why it keeps dying. It's because you have no defensive mods on here, such as health. My Diriga, you can check out its build there for you, including the weapon that I use, which is the Burst Laser Prime, and I explain why in there. But I would say maybe switching out Accelerated Deflection for the health mod. If you have it, Primed Regen will significantly increase its healing, and just make sure that you're like killing stuff for this to activate. But yeah, I would probably switch this out for health, personally. What's the difference between shield DR and armor DR? None. Like, the damage reduction just in general? Nothing. There's no difference there. You could also go with, like, Tenacious Bond, right? Tenacious Bond will, when you land headshots, it'll revive things faster. Restorative Bond, when you pick up health orbs, it helps to revive faster. Armor only affects health? Yeah, armor only affects health. No, moth. Little bastards. Yes, go into the trap. Yes, and die. You little bastards. Yeah, armor only affects shields, but shields get a 50% natural damage reduction. What's the difference between armor and shields? Just different versions of survivability. Nothing other than that. There's also some interactions with how status effects work against armor and shields on you as well as on enemies. So, for instance, Toxin will bypass shields. Heat and Corrosive will reduce your armor and thus reduce your damage reduction, and so on and so forth. But, you know, other than how the status effects apply to the different sources, not really a whole lot. Yeah. You've been winging it since you got back into the game? Don't worry about it. That's not something to be ashamed by. Mustard, what you got here? So do you want armor or shields to be higher? Depends on the playstyle you're going for. If you're playing around shields, you want shields to be higher using sources of damage reduction like adaptation. If your health is higher, going into armor is not a bad choice because it applies to your armor, it applies to your health, but does not apply to your shields. This looks cool, Cloud. Mustard, I like this a lot. Looks really nice. Halo Knight. Hey Andromeda, how you doing? A Broken War from Halo Knight. Okay, melee Kareen. So keep in mind that you don't need to be using cold on here, because melee Kareen, when you roll, will apply 10 stacks of cold, freezing the enemy, and it's freezing the enemy is where melee Kareen gets its damage boost. So 1 stack of cold isn't going to be doing anything for you. You may want to switch out Northwind for an electric mod just for more damage. And then also gives you the opportunity to switch out melee Kareen for influence if you want to. The only other thing I would say is 60-60 Toxin, but you're probably using this one just because it plays into the polarity. And maybe a 60-60 electric here instead. Recommendations, quality of life settings, builds for daily basis, even the more basic ones. Rush MR like crazy. I mean, Catch, the big thing that I would say is just whatever you want, right? For quality of life, you know, if you're looking for an easier frame, there's lots of easier frames out there. You know, Revenant is the most brain dead frame. But for settings wise, there is a few things. The big one that I would say is that makes life a lot easier is fire manual trigger weapon continuously. So this makes semi-automatics basically automatic. So you just hold down the button and semi-automatics will continuously fire. This is a really, really useful setting in here. And otherwise, depending on the frame you're using, Some frames have tap hold functionality, and sometimes you want the hold to be the tap, and you can actually do that in here as well. So for instance, Lavos is a really, really good choice for this. Same with Kulivo. So you just go into here. So Lavos, I have him as inverted. Kulivo, I have him as inverted. Gara, I have inverted. Gauss, I have inverted. Caliban, I have inverted. So it just makes life a little bit easier. Fire manual triggers automatically was something you learned only a few weeks ago, and it makes you so many weapons so much nicer to use. Yeah, it's really, really nice. Fever Strike, because you don't have the polarity and you don't have the electricity 60, then just replace the cold with the electric one. Just because you don't necessarily need the cold mod there is the logic. And we just got to run a quick ad break here, and then we'll keep taking a look at people's builds, and then we'll go get my calendar done. Stynax the 50th Prime? I think so. Something like that. No, because I think we're not counting Excalibur Prime into that Cardi. Because Excalibur, it's 50, not including Excalibur Prime. Because nobody can get Excalibur Prime. Hey Brady, how you doing? But like taking primes overall, yeah, I mean, we're going like based on what everyone can access, right? We can count Excal, because Excal Prime kind of exists for players as Umbra, loadout numbers wise. Yeah, loadout numbers wise, yes. Where's Umbra stand on this? Yeah, it kind of depends. Like, if you're in China, then he's the technically 52nd. And if you're a founder, then he's technically the 52nd, if we're including Excalibur Prime and Excalibur Umbra. But if we're going by primes that people can actually access and that are named Prime, he's 50th. Cardi, Prisma Obex. Yeah, so without knowing what the Prisma Obex is going to be doing, I can't really give you much of a recommendation on the build here, other than don't use duplicate. You got Blood Rush here. Blood Rush will push you up to 300% crit chance. So, that's the only thing here. Gonna go watch some stuff done? No worries. Purely based on the base weapon, not thinking of the Incarnate yet? Yeah, so I mean, even without the Incarnate, duplicate here is not functioning. Because this is going to be pushing you above. This is going to be giving you 200%, 220% crit chance with the 25 base, so you're going to be sitting close to 300. So this is not going to be activating. Remember, melee duplicate only works on yellow crits. Only on yellow crits. And your Gar Prime, ooh, pretty green. Very, very nice. I like that. Thoughts on the Ember? Do I have a Skeleton Zaku fashion? Nah, not really. I never really liked the Skeleton fashion. Archon Stretch, Archon Vitality, Null Stars over the one, Neutron Star, Healing Flame, Energized for further energy regeneration. Yeah, this all looks good. Nothing really to say here. Yeah, nothing to say. This all looks fine to me. Yep, looks good to me. As a more weapon platform oriented frame. Shark Cap, ooh ha ha. A Tonkor. 100 munitions. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of 100 munitions these days, but it is pretty good in this case. Because it has such a decent AoE and can get some pretty good multi-shot values, and with Firestorm increasing it, it's fairly decent. You're doing viral heat, and you just have damage here, plus merciless. Yeah, looks good. Looks good to me. Just unlocked Steel Path, but you can't even last the first extermination mission on Steel Path. Any tips for what you need to do? Have you done arbitrations yet? I would recommend spending some time in arbitrations, getting yourself galvanized mods, adaptation, rolling guard. That will significantly help you. So the progress for Warframe is base path, arbitrations, Steel Path, going on from there. and the corrupted mods as well. So the Scourge Prime does get, I think it's multi-gun co from here, which is pretty solid. So this is actually a pretty good choice. But it's onto the direct hits, remember that. Ready to reload just for extra reload speed, so that when you throw it out for the bullet attraction orb, just sort of reloads a little bit faster, and the vial acceleration helps the throw out speed as well. Heat damage, multi-shot, super tasty. More multi-shot, magnetic, just for the extra status effects. Primary crux for ammo efficiency and status effects. Yeah, looks good. Nothing really to say on here. Kent Taylor, Akome. I probably wouldn't use Grace on here. I would probably use Adaptation instead. Or sorry, not Adaptation, Aegis instead. And I probably wouldn't use Streamline either. She doesn't really have energy problems all that much, especially with Archon Stretch. And if you use like a companion with an Equilibrium Shard on your frame with Synth Deconstruct on the companion, you usually have enough energy, so you don't need to be too worried about it. But if you need a little bit of extra energy, that's fair. I would say a little bit more range on here would do you well. I find that for status priming, sort of the 175 range area is nice, so I would maybe drop Streamline for Archon Stretch. Impetus is a very good call here. This is your this is where you get your efficiency really on her, because this applies all status effects, and this applies all status effects as well, elemental effects. So you're going to be sitting at really good amount of stats in there. But I would say maybe Archon Stretch here. Otherwise, the rest of this looks good. Nothing really to say. Archon Intensify is not necessarily the greatest on here. Archon Intensify is just like in general not very good. It's there. I meant Streamline, or not Streamline. Sorry, Augur Reach. Why am I not doing rank up upgrade? Because there's no reason for me to do it. I don't need a legendary core, and I don't need the extra 500 anything, so I just don't do it. Now it's become a joke with the community. Every time that someone asks me, a day gets added on. I got it unlocked in December. We're now at May, June, and people keep asking me. It started at 6 months, and we're at 5 months and 6 days now. Is when I'll do my LR5 to rank up. You just need Archon Flow there? I wouldn't use Archon Flow either. Please do upgrade? Nah. Nope. Still missing a lot of the corrupted mods, so you're using this for now? Yeah, I mean, for without the corrupted mods, there's nothing really to say here. Yeah, nothing really to say. This looks fine. Looks like it's good times. Might actually not get an anniversary schedule? What? Scared of LR5 test? I don't even know what it is. I haven't even looked it up. Oh, that's cute. I like that. Adversary... What? We might actually not get an adversary schedule? What about why would we not or do? I mean, we don't know if we're getting adversary... sentient adversaries yet. Assumably we are. It looked very difficult. Oh, I have no idea what it is. Yeah. This looks really good, Uzi. I like this on the Mesa. What's your Ninja look like? Ooh, that looks nice too. It's a quest weapon according to... the Shedu? The normal Shedu is a quest weapon? This looks really nice, actually. I like that. Protea. Ooh, nice. The weapon blueprint is given at the end of the era quest. Additional blueprints can be bought from Cephal and Samaris. Yeah, but other quest weapons have turned into adversary weapons, I think, as well. Also, it would get an adversary version, so who cares? Right? The game, they'll just add stuff in. No helmet, decent range, battery, persistence. I'm not a big fan of persistence on her, but I get it. It's actually, it is useful if you want it as just another layer of survivability. I find that just having some decent range on here will do you pretty well. Like even just 145 range, like not using Augur Reach here will go well. Fashions, you realize you suck so hard? Yeah, I'm not good at fashioning either. I understand. Yeah, I mean, you could drop Augur Reach here, maybe for Warcry's Augment, maybe for more duration, but what you have here is really solid. You could also drop Equilibrium because you're using Persistence. You could drop Equilibrium for Rage or Hunter Adrenaline just for constant energy supply, because whenever you take damage, it turns into energy, and you don't have shields because you have Persistence, so, yeah. Otherwise, all of this looks good. Yeah, nothing really to say. Varuna. Yorichi? Something along those lines? Ice Storm, Impetus, Catalyzing Shields, Brief Respite, Equilibrium, Rolling Guard. You don't need Rolling Guard here. Her passive using this one gives you status immunities, so you don't have to worry about toxin, knockdowns, or anything like that. So I would say you probably don't need Rolling Guard here, and I would say range. Prey of Dinar's range is multiplicative to the range on your frame, so I would say replace Rolling Guard with high range of some variety. Otherwise, the rest of your build here is perfectly fine. But Prey of Dinar's 150% range increase is multiplicative to range on your frame. So, for what didn't catch that? Rewind. You are Twitch sub. You can do the rewind feature. But yeah, that's the only thing I would say. Is you want range with Prey of Dinar. You want to mod for range, I should say. Oh, not this place. I need to go to the calendar. Calendar time. Happy birthday, Kaya. Kill 150 tech rot. Routa. And Tenet Netron. Everything else is fine. And tech rot. Hey, Dark Knight. Yeah, I'm doing better now. Arcane Intent? What do you mean, Arcane Intent? Hey, Scamcat. How you doing? Oh. Hey, Jack. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Intention? Maybe they mean Arcane Intention? I do not remember what Arcane Intention does, so I will have to double check what that is once I am done doing this. Congratulations on hitting 70k. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Come on, evils. Come get choppity chopped. Come get choppity chopped. Max health per channeled ability? Oh, that one? Yeah, that one's not really good on anybody, if I'm gonna be honest. I hate to say it, 250 health is just not that good. Even on Nidus. Nidus doesn't have any channeled abilities, so not really that good on him. Inaros kind of has a channeled ability, but even then, not that great. Yeah, that's an arcane that just isn't that great these days. A lot of fun with the Paragale hitting millions. Oh, the Paragale's hilarious. New Lego Batman game. Ooh, nice. Ooh, nice, nice. Yeah, Equinox, but even then, she's more of a shield-based frame than a health-based frame. Sadly, Arcane Intention just is kind of not the best out there these days. I love construction noises. It's the best. I love construction. Equinox has more than one channeled ability. Unironically, Hildren? Yeah, but also, who's playing a health tank Hildren? Other than, Rage and Terror. The mad scientist himself. Fell in love with Banshee. Ooh, nice. I don't know if it's all of her abilities are channeled, but she's got a number. Melee crit chance, energy pickup, increased range. I do like more range. 50 enemies. Enemies. Lootums. Yes. Health tank mag? I've seen health tank mag before. It's actually pretty good. Whoops. Missed the hole. Oh, you meant persistence. Yeah, you can make persistence work on him on Excalibur. Persistence is actually really, really good on a ton of frames. Yeah, if you meant persistence actually does work really, really well. Although I do usually recommend going into a like a healing helmet of some variety, or a companion with hunter recovery, or lifesteal on the weapon, or healing return on the weapon, because he doesn't have any native ways to regenerate his health, so that's the only thing you gotta watch out for. Best Sobek element for Saren build, Toxin, to play into the Acid Shells tech. For anything to do with Acid Shells, you want to be combining the element with the one that goes across. So for Saren and Araxia, it's Toxin. For Cyto 9, it's Electric, just because Electric and the headshot multiplier stuff with Sight. For Uriel, it's Heat. And for Gara, it's just like damage. Also, Corolius, thank you for the 10 months Prime. Appreciate that out of you. And Red Thank, welcome in. Are you okay with posting augment ideas? Yeah, if you want to. Universal Fallout plus Equilibrium count as healing? Honestly, yeah, I do. I do that as my survivability tech on my Persistence Corvex. With the redirect bond or what is it? It's not redirect. What is it? It's restorative bond, because restorative bond does increase the amount of health you get from universal orbs, and the yellow shards increase the amount of health you get per universal orb as well. So you can actually go into that tech actually pretty easily if you want to run that arcane combination, of course. Is it just me, or does Groot have really cool looking claws that don't do much? Actually, they're pretty decent. They're not the best, but they're pretty decent. They're a good melee weapon. Seabot 1K plaid? Heck yeah. The prime claws, yeah, the prime claws are actually pretty decent, but the base claws not so much. Hey Carl, just had your exam today and you passed. Congratulations. Huzzah for passing exams. Love to hear that. Am I done here? Yes. I was distracted by chatting with you all. How dare you chat distract me. How do you stay alive on Excalibur? If you type > Excalibur, you'll see my build. This is the build that I'm using here. And the information's in there for you. Foster, Endo, Scholar Troops. If you're looking for any of my builds, Excalibur, you can just type ! On the Twitch chat, ! The name of the thing. And if I've got a build for it, it's there for you. And your clanmate gifted you 5 Warframe slots? Heck yeah, W clanmates. But yeah, I do, in my Excalibur video, I go over how I survive on him. Dinner was yum, mashed garlic, butter, potatoes, and roast with gravy. Ooh, very tasty. He's been trying random combos lately. Oh, Phantom Eyes and Smite on Zephyr have been very fun so far. Yeah, Zephyr is one of those weirdly strong. You helped on the music video for this song? Heck yeah. That's super cool. Do you work in sort of film, I assume then? How's my day? Going pretty good, LTO. Thoughts on melee exposure, gas whip claw? It's certainly not bad, but I would probably lean more towards, if you want to do like the maximum damage, equilibrium, or not equilibrium. Influence, if you want to do the maximum damage. Just because the AoE can activate influence, it does a lot. Ah, yes. Scaldra enemy spawning. You gotta love it. Shocked you're not running Excalibur Persistence. I tried a Persistence build and I found this one being more enjoyable for me. Persistence does work on him. I just found that this one was more fun for me. Can you finally get Dante? Yep. Friday Summer Games Fest. Get yourself Dante for free. How did that not hit that? Oh, weird. Okay, ad break is coming at you, Twitch. Sorry about that. Nothing I can do about it. Friday, I thought it was tomorrow. No, it's well, it's Friday Eastern time. So depending on where you are in the world, it's 5 p.m. Eastern time, 2 p.m. Pacific. The 5th of June. What is happening here with these enemy spawnings? Classic Scaldra enemy spawning shenanigans. Happy Pride, thank you. Happy Pride to you too. Oh, the enemy spawning here. Scaldra spawns are atrocious. Sometimes they are. Depends on the tile. This is unfortunately just not a great tile for them. I actually probably should have just respawned and restarted the mission the moment that I spawned in here. Just because it's so slow here. Hey, Rexy. How you doing? For the calendar, I just do it myself, just because it's faster. And we've got so many things that I try to get done in a weekly's day that I just do it myself just because we're not fighting for kills and stuff. But for everything else, we do group play. But this is being really, really slow today. Really? You're just gonna teleport behind me like that? That wasn't smart of you. Get out of here. Where was Super Spider during 2020? Where do you think he got his name from? Demos came out during 2020. Tazzy, 8 months. Heck yeah, thank you so much for the sub. Wow, man, I really wish that they would fix the spawning here. Rexy, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Happy to have you. How's my head? Doing a lot better today. Thanks for asking. It was just a migraine. I get them whenever the weather does big changes, and we just had a big temperature change here in Toronto. So that's all it was. Hey, Flair, how you doing? Oh, there's a better tile right here. I should have just gone over here this whole time. Farming multiple Sobex to get more elemental damage? Yeah, getting more elemental damage is definitely worth it, but, like, depends on if you want to invest that time. It is very much worth it. Like, I have most of my weapons maxed out, but I'm really slow on a lot of them, actually. Actually, I don't think I have most of them maxed out now that I've said that. Are you gonna spawn some enemies? Holy smokes. to they call me Spitfire. Come on. Instead of becoming Sprawdling, several Sprawdlings run around the area apply gas status. See, I would love to see that because I'm a minion fan. Turret. It's like if we had more ways to have minions in our game, sign me up. Sign me up for that. Can you please just spawn at a normal rate? Let's use the Sprawdlings as cannonballs. Okay, that actually would be pretty fun. Just launch Sprawdlings at enemies. That'd be pretty cool. Oh, finally. Oh, wait, I got steal essences. I don't care, it's 2 ways to steal essences. Sometimes I'll save the steal essences, sometimes I won't. Don't know if it's a hot take. You hate the coda weapons and infested weapons in general purely because of how they look visually. That's fair. There are some weapon skins that apply to them. So you can, some of the weapons you can put a skin on to change up the appearance if you feel like you need to. Yeah, Noko, that, turrets, that Noko augment seems really cool. String used to cast Komohimo creates a zip line you can climb on or give an increased fire rate status chance. See, that actually sounds really cool too. I like that one as well. Leprechaun, how you doing? Well, come on in. Kuva. Destroy a bunch of containers. Switch to Zaku. And switch to non-steel path. And go to exterminate. The new coda parts don't allow for the full weapon idle animation loop. Oh. Top 3 elements to go to for general purposes. Heat. Viral, those are still very, very good. From there, I would probably say something like magnetic these days. Magnetic is a single mod now. So you can just kind of like slap it on anything. It just helps with the overguard. Corrosive or electric, also solid choices, yeah. It kind of depends on the build more than anything else these days. But that said, you know, viral, heat, plus magnetic is still a very strong combination. Or corrosive electric, also a solid. Gas electric, also a solid. Gyre versus Araxia, what's a better gun platform? Personally, I think it's the, I think it's Gyre, or Araxia. Araxia is crazy. What does magnetic do? Magnetic increases your damage to enemies who have shields and overguard. So it's viral, but for shields and overguard, whereas viral increases damage against armor and shield, or armor and health. So exact same concept, but especially in the late game, overguard becomes a much more frustrating thing to deal with. So having the stuff there. It also does an electric proc, yeah, when you break the shields. Do you need to do Steel Path to get secondary arcane slot? Yes, because you get secondary arcane adapters and primary arcane adapters from Teshin, which is 4 steel essences. I don't even think that you can purchase them from the market terminal unless you have access to them from Teshin, if I remember correctly. Good Orthos Prime build. Not made on the channel, but if you remind me when I'm done here, goated, in like 10 minutes, I'll pull it up for you. And if I don't have a build for it, I'll take a look at the stats and quickly do up a build for you. It's not a hard weapon to do a build on. Okay, we're just gonna restart. To dance, who wants to slow dance? Drink my water. All right. Uriel too? Uriel's already done. He's on the channel. Full long format video. There you go. Just keep in mind the disclaimer section of the video there, Dark High Dragon. Because I was the sponsored creator by Digital Extremes. Thank you again, Digital Extremes, for sponsoring me for doing that video. Meaning that I had access to the test build, so I was on the test server, the pre-release server. So there were a few things that changed in between when I was in the test server when he was released, and a few different changes from hotfixes. Gyro's crit buff applies to weapons too, to my knowledge, yeah. I think it applies to the electric procs from the weapons. I think that's how it works. I can't really remember very well about the gyro thing. Or this build, yeah, it's going to be a few more minutes here. Goated. Going to be streaming Summer Games Fest? Probably not. Maybe I'll stream it. I gotta see what their restream rules are for it. If you're right, it's on electricity. Yeah, to my knowledge, it's the electricity, but unless, like, I usually don't give, like, full 100% answers unless I'm 100% confident on my answer. And I am not 100% confident on my answer. Because I don't want to give you the wrong information. So just make sure, Cardi, seems like Cardi's heading over to the wiki there for you. Electric procs build for weapons and abilities. Yeah, I figured it was. I don't think it's for the weapons. I think you're right with that, and I think it is for the electricity. But with all of that, unless I have like a 100% certainty on something, I usually say I think. Because I don't want to give people the wrong ones. Venato Prime, a big upgrade from the base. Yeah, the Venato base is still pretty decent, but the Venato Prime has that unique trait for applying Tau status effects to enemies. Which gives the enemies status vulnerability, meaning they essentially is a multiplier to your status chance on your weapon. It's very strong. It's like, you know, the normal is good, the prime is a lot better because of that. Crit bonus to her weapons and abilities. Is it electric on the crit weapons, or is it electric on the crit on the weapons, or is it all of the damage on the weapons? Cardi was the confusion on that. Free boss for sure. Status chance, critical, increased attack and melee speed. We'll go with that one. Scalder troops with melee weapons. Excalibur. Yep, like I said, it's goated. It's once I'm done my calendar. So once I'm done this here. Got confused with the Phantasm Prom was doing orange-red crits with her first augment. Yeah, so then that should be it, yeah. Her passive is only electric, but her 3 is additive to ability and weapon. Ah, okay. Stalker's weapons, Despair, Hate, and Dread. War, I don't think technically counts as a Stalker weapon. Like, officially, quote-unquote, Stalker weapon. I don't think technically counts. What tile do we got here? Yeah, it should be fine. What weapons to spare? It's the Stalker's throwing daggers. Hey, Jokes, how you doing? You're gonna hit that from there? Pretty good. About to game and chill today. How's it going? Going pretty good. Just working away at stuff, getting our weeklies done here. And then we're gonna go do our getting our calendar done first, and then get our whatchamacallit? Leveling MR fast. You need to level up weapons, warframes, companions, anything that's in your arsenal. So if you're looking for a really good source of mastery, surprisingly, it's companions. But if you're looking for like good leveling spots, defense missions are really good. Sanctuary Onslaught, Elite Sanctuary Onslaught's really good. Noko's bounties are really good. Like actually surprisingly really good leveling in Noko's bounties. Messed up that Nidus the Infested Theme Warframe needs an augment to do any type of toxin damage. It's a little bit weird. I don't fault you for thinking that. It certainly is a little bit odd. But Nidus is so strong. Guesstimation on the Archon hunt? I don't know, a couple hours. We gotta do ETA and EDA first. As per usual. And then taking a look at people's builds in between. Again, as per usual. I was, for those of you who like Final Fantasy 14, they're doing the world race for the new Ultimate Raid. So I've been watching Whoops play. And it's got a fun twist in it. With a fake out. It's actually a really cool looking fight. Oh, it's the Kefka fight is really cool. There we go. Yeah, sure. Punch through the primary, Spectre's Companions deal extra damage, melee crit chance, kill a tank. We can do this on non-steel path. We can grab our Strun. And hey, Gibbon, been a while. Hope you're doing well. Need to dip for a bit? No worries. It's all good. We'll catch you when we see you. You remember Reb eating the laughing mad card? Yep. And now that's the ultimate raid. It's actually a really cool looking fight. Get out of my way, nerd. Hey, sweet. Congrats on the 70K. Thanks so much. I don't think we're going to hit 100K this year, but we're certainly on the way to it. Thoughts of Series and Orion looks insanely good. They look really interesting. I can see a lot of strange things in there. Strange potentials. What is with the camera? What is going on with the camera there? Reb eating the laughing mad card inspired a ton of people to check the game out, which you think is pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, Reb is a psychopath. We do love Reb, but she is a bit of a crazy one. Dual Warframe vastly different from Equinox? Yes. I do have a video up on the channel, a short on the channel there, Gibbon, going over their kit and abilities and what we know about it so far from when I made that. Multi-shot affects the blob from the Stug and Garnet? It should, yeah. There's not really any reason why it wouldn't. The ambassador already quote-unquote received its buff a while back. I think it was with the Shadowgrapher. It's still not good. It's still not great, unfortunately. I don't think that we're getting any more changes to that weapon, to my knowledge, at least. Where's the weak guy? 2 dev streams ago? Oh, I don't know if Pablo mentioned anything about that off the top of my head. Stepped outside. What if you get Helmuth passives? Oh my lord, there would be so many good ones. Tank's so annoying to fight? It's not that bad. My favorite proto frame? I mean, it's Eleanor. She's my wife. But the Garuda proto is really, really nice. Imagine Nezha's passive on Gauss. That would be hilarious. This ultimate slip and slide. Oh my god, do I cry? Cry all the time. And he prays. Oh my god, do I pray? Good day. Yeah. What's Nezha's passive? You never played him? His passive is reduces your friction, so you slide around. The Hunhull is? Yeah, I'm waiting for the camera angle adjustments before I really start to mess with that, because it's impossible to see what you're doing with it. Those camera offsets are going to be really, really nice. I can't wait, actually. Mm-hmm. 13 years without camera offsets is so bad. Yeah, it definitely needed them a long time ago, but hey, we'll take what we can get. Definitely needed it. Rib said in short, the issue, Ambassador Tenant? Reb said that was kind of the issue in a dev short. Is there actually a Ambassador Tenant in the game? I don't think so. Like in the game files? Skin, yes? Ah. Yeah. Well, it's just a skin. But I mean, they could just rename the skin. It wouldn't be that hard to fix. Would not be difficult to fix that. Just rename the skin. Do the calendar override / buffs apply to temporal arc media? Yes. That's why I do them. Before I do that. Okay, Orthos Prime build. Hey, Orthos. Hey, Cephalon, how you doing? Yeah, actually, I do have a fairly decent build here. This is doing Vortex on here. I mean, this is halfway decent. It's not necessarily the best build out there. Like, for instance, that should be galvanized steel. That should be there. And then elemental. Like that. Something along those lines for an Orthos Prime build. You could also, instead of going magnetic for Vortex, you can go into, of course, Influence by just doing this and then put electric here and then Influence, of course. But yeah, this is fun. This'll do ya. Shark Cap. What you got? A Frost. Fighting Frost, I see Avalanche, Freeze Force, so weapon platform, Cold Elemental Ward, I'm assuming, Ice Storm Battery for the extra energy, Archon Stretch, Umble Fiber will intensify because you don't need Umble Vitality because you're surviving through Overguard generation. Yeah, nothing to say. All that looks good. Turo! How you doing? And Paragale. Frostbite, Shred, Crowd Rounds, going gold, cold Tox, Gas, Aptitude. Yep, all looks fine to me. And Acuity build. I wasn't a big fan of the Acuity build, but yeah, this works really well as well. Your Mag Fashion. Ooh, I like that. I like the soft purple there. Sevagoth. It's black and red. I'm not a big fan of black and red, but that does look nice. And Valkyr. Ooh, that's the, looks like the skin color palette from Sirius. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run our ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, switch up to a turbo, otherwise it's tight. See you in a second, and I'm just gonna go feed my cat, so I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, we're back. Peaches and Cream and Fox VR. Thanks for coming in. How you doing? Alrighty. It's time to see what we got for ETA. Do I have a Batacore build? Maybe. Actually, I don't think I do. I don't think I really ever messed around with that. The boy! The boy! Phantasm? Ooh, Furus. I do like the Furus, and we'll go Fortifier Furus because it's funny. And the Hesper. Oh yeah, I got the Soma. Yeah, we'll just use the, I mean, I'm going to be playing Nezha, so I'm going to be casting, so I'm not going to be touching my abilities in any way, shape, or form. That's fine, that's fine. Okay, who wants to join me for ETA? Got room for 3 for ETA. Hold your breath. What is this one? Creates field disrupts player abilities while draining energy to boost Flair's health. Flair slowly loses health when there's no players in range. All enemies replaced with Scaldra much faster. Okay, that's all fine. You can join for ETA? Sure, Cardi. Simple Artist, remind me your game name. Danny? Yeah, that's right. Check out the burst. Yep, I'll take a look in if, once I'm done doing ETA. I usually go do a few missions, take a look at what I got, go do a few missions, do a mission, take a look at what I got. So just patience. I'll get to it in a bit. Ollie, you want to join? Sure. There's nothing stupid here, is there? No, nothing there. Nothing stupid there. Okay, so the only thing is, we gotta stand near temple during the defense. It's the only thing everybody's gotta look out for. You wanna join? You never done one? Well, we're full up here. It needs 2 charges for Deep Archimedia, Temporal Archimedia, Elite Deep Archimedia, and Elite Temporal Archimedia. So 2 each. Barston, crit chance, multi-shot, super tasty. Obviously you could roll something better, but it's up to you whether or not you want to keep investing. You could of course get critical damage, regular damage, something along those lines with a harmless negative, but what you have there is super tasty. What you got in your Rexia? Oh, that looks nice. Oh, we accidentally had a force. Geralta Revolver. Circumvent, multi-augmented, pillage over the 3. I would say with pillage over the 3, you both don't need rolling guard or circumvent. Pillage is a status cleanse, removes enemy's armor, replenishes your shield, so you don't really need either rolling guard or circumvent here. It's fine if you want to use them, but just sort of a heads up, you don't really need them. You could go more strength, you could go energized to help your energy economy on here. You could replace this with more range or more strength. Otherwise, the rest of this all looks good. Yeah. Okay, what's going on here, peeps? What's going on here? Yeah, do you have Elite Temporal Archimedia? Simple Artist? Ever had a bunch of people hate you for just speaking about a frame's flaws? I mean, it also kind of depends on how you're framing it. Right? After the next cell you do, can you mock-up build for the Batacore? I think I have a Batacore, but I can do it once I'm done doing ETA. I just don't have a short on it. No? Okay, so do you want to pop out of the squad there, artist, and we'll grab somebody else for ETA? If you don't have Elite Temporal Archimedia unlocked. Okay, we got room for one more. Opinion on Limbo? Fantastic frame. People just don't know how to read. And the biggest problem with Limbo is you both need to know how to play with a Limbo in your squad, and you need the person who playing a Limbo know how to play Limbo. Cephalon Glacier? Okay. What's your in-game name, Cephalon Glacier? I mean, it depends on how you're framing it, right? Limbo's not that bad? No, Limbo's not bad. Just Limbo's very complex, and people don't want to have to think. Which is really where the problem comes from. People don't want to think. They just want to do their thing. They don't want to have to change their playstyle. But Limbo's actually a very, very strong frame. It's just a highly complex frame, which a lot of people just, you know, they want to turn off their brain. The X-Mace rework killed him? Not even. I mean, you can just kind of play around it. TLGLACIA. Not that one. How do you send drip builds? Follow the instructions there. PH. Am I doing both? Yes, I'm doing both. This one first. And Ollie. There we go. Banish Loki is very good. I mean, Loki just in general is very good. You just need to have an answer to the problems. Limbo's 3 and then hold is 1. You can banish enemies in the rift. Yep. Yep. Limbo is crazy good. Crazy good, actually. Okay, what's going... Cephalon Glacier, we're doing Elite Temporal Archimedia. Do you have Elite Temporal Archimedia unlocked? ETA. Elite Temporal Archimedia. Or was that just a misclick there from you? You love playing Limbo? Something about the rift makes your brain go burr? I hear you. You got a roast in the oven? Ooh, what kind of roast? Okay. It seems like Cephalon does not have Elite Temporal Archimedia because it keeps Xing out. When you go into here, does it say Elite here or not? Can you check this or not? Pork! Ooh. Otherwise, we're gonna grab a Halo. Okay, we'll grab Halo here. Didn't know it's all good, Cephalon. Don't worry. All's well. There we go. We're getting there. Opinion on Zephyr? Oh, Zephyr's great. Zephyr's like one of the more underrated frames. She can do some really crazy stuff with her damage output. Not that like other frames can't also do really silly stuff with their damage output, but Zephyr especially with the tornadoes and status stuff inside of the tornadoes does really crazy stuff. Really actually insane things. Wish you can get to Elite Archimedia, but your options aren't that good. That's fair. I mean, just do it when you can, right? Trying Jade out, not sure if you like her primary fire or the alt fire build more. Both of them are fantastic builds. And if you need builds for Jade, there's my builds for her. Low investment, good build for farming Purita Rebellion. I mean, low investment. You can get through Purita Rebellion with fairly easy builds. Mesa would do it well. Noko. Honestly, kind of a lot of frames. Like low investment. Most frames would. Gyre, yeah. Gyre would be good too. Like specific builds, I can't think of one off the top of my head that I would say that's like a low investment specific build that'd be good for the Purita Rebellion. But most builds that are halfway decent for the Steel Path will do fine there as well. Okay, my back is being angry, so it is time to sit. Insta-kill tech with Kome? Oh no, what is it this time? I think it's bugged, squad, so just come stand by me. Over here. Three frames you don't have? Rhino will do it fine, Revenant will do it fine, Saren will do it fine. Generally speaking, anything that has like decent survivability is what you're looking for. You can always find more damage. So you might die more than you like, you'll be fine. We'll keep you up. Banshee does everything? Banshee does do everything. Helping people with build advice? Yeah, it's kind of what I do around here. It's the reason why I say at the end of every single one of my shorts. Sub for more tips and swing by my stream if you need any help. Try it with Rhino? Yeah, Rhino would be just a good choice. He's just highly survivable. Faction damage, multiplicative damage from Roar. You kind of don't really need to think all that much with him. You join for natural cells later? Yeah, absolutely. What am I using here? Oh, my Phantasm. What do I have? Oh, I have my Furus. Ah, tasty. Oh, the anti-grav mine tech? Yeah, I have seen that one before. It's really, really silly. Hey, you. Hey, you. Hey, you. Melt. Slowly, but melt. Rhino does faction damage? Yeah, so Roar is a multiplicative damage source, basically coded the exact same way as faction mods. Not only that, but Roar applies to your abilities as well as your weapons. So it is, that's the reason why it's considered to be basically the strongest damage increasing helmet in the game. It is very, very strong. How long has it been multiplicative? I think since its inception. I can't think of a time when it wasn't multiplicative. Such low shields? Yeah, I don't need shields on Nezha. Persistence Nezha is actually quite a strong, a very, very strong build. You don't really need them. Yeah, Arctic, that's why, you know, I'm always here to give you a hand. If you have any more questions or you need any more help, you're always welcome to come by. Unlike Dante? Oh, Dante is, like, stronger than Rhino. He's in my book. Low shields by default. This is even catalyzing shields. Yeah, he just has low shields just in general. He survives mainly through his third ability, Warding Halo, so you don't really need shields. Your survivability comes from other sources. Hey Max, how you doing? Hey Jay, thanks so much for the gifted sub. Super appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Forgot how good the Recarnifex is. The Recarnifex is so good, man. Like, that thing is actually wild. Link, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Nezha has banana peels taped to his boots. You aren't wrong. That's hilarious. The Necro Summon... Damn it, redacted. The Necro Summon use the terminal. Are these going to be allies or enemies spawning in? They're enemies. That's hilarious. I've never seen that before. Huh. Well, ain't that weird? He's a traitor. I don't think I've ever actually seen that happen before. That's freaking hilarious. What the hell? Sorry, not sorry. You know what? Thank you, Redacted, for the biddies. I appreciate you. Thank you, and thank you for the sound alert. Wait, was that your summon that did that? Yeah. Your summon activated the little call-in reinforcements button. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. That's just actually hilarious. Oh, you're an ally. Oops. To Japan. Put a waypoint on your body, Ollie. Thank you. Just remember, if you ever go down inside of ETA, EDA, to put a waypoint on your body, because sometimes finding the waypoint gets a little bit buggy in here sometimes. So it's just always a good idea. Okay. Do have to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. So sit tight. See you in a second. Thanks, attachments to the mag you showed. Nice. Titania is lame. She's not lame. She's very good, but I get what you're saying is, like, you know, not the most exciting frame out there these days. But very, very strong. Do we have a Nova in our squad? We do have a Nova in our squad. Replacing her 4 for a meme build? No, because unfortunately the rest of her kit just isn't that good. Fucking Foley barrel bullshit. So obnoxious. Hey, look! Traitor! 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 That is actually really funny. Who would have thought? Her 4 is bad for energy economy, and Conclave is more of a troll frame. Who plays Conclave? I actually would like to see DE. I think it would be interesting to see DE try to make Conclave more of a thing these days. What's this mode? This is called Elite Temporal Archimedia. It's like a end game mode for end game resources and stuff, like Archon shards, mainly. And of course, the legendary arcanes in the case of ETA being Hot Shots, Universal Fallout, and Escapist. Rexia Scuttler build good for endgame. It's not bad for endgame. Like I've messed around with a Scuttler build before and it actually works pretty well. It is not necessarily the best out there, just being realistic. Minions just in general have weird, not the best AI in Warframe. You feel so slow without your Praetos or parkour speed shards? Oh no. Should you do Elite Archimedia once a week to farm it out or farm it out multiple times? You only get rewards once a week, so you should only do it once a week. Hey Feather, how you doing? What you up to? Ooh, elemental ice. Did someone do it again? Yeah, that's why I was yelling traitor. What if Devour was a helmet ability? Devour? Remind me what Devour is, because I can't remember off the top of my head. Excuse you. Pyrotechnics, thank you. Oh, is that Grendel's one? Oh, that'd be funny. Oh, Inaros' old ability. Oh. I don't know. That could be kind of neat. Hey, I forgot about Inaros' old ability. Man, that was a long time ago. Holy smokes. Are Necros and summons supposed to do that, or it's a bug? Well, assuming that they're... I don't think they're supposed to summon enemies. So I'm going to assume it's a bug. It's a little bit weird that they're summoning enemies. Wow, this pyrotechnics is being real finicky today. Yeah, pyrotechnics is being really finicky. What's going on here? It is not connecting very well here. Oh, I didn't realize that flare doesn't turn off warding halo. That's kind of neat. Here you go, flare. I'll come stand by you. Oh, flare has a Xmas here. We're fine. Flare's got their little buddy. Goodbye. Gyro Tesla Bank for funsies. Survivability is an issue. Arcane Circumvent is a really good option for that. Just roll through enemies, steal shields, armor, overguard. Another good option is if you have access to the helmet, Pillage is really good on her. Because enemies take less damage from electric because of armor. So it's actually a really solid option. Bazinga, dude. How you doing? Circumvent? I mean, yeah, Circumvent's just crazy good. Roll through enemies, gain shields, overguard, armor, remove it from enemies as well. Pillage is also fantastic because, again, that armor reduction tech. Armor ship with corrosive, armor ship with arcane circumvent. Honestly, it's pretty solid. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing a little bit better today, Penguin King. Thanks for asking. Just had a really bad migraine yesterday. Whenever the temperature does drastic swings, I usually end up getting migraines, so a little bit rough yesterday, but feeling a little bit better here. Better for Jade, you're running Arcane Hotshot, Archon Vitality, and Cascade Overcharge. I mean, that's fine, but what's for better, there needs to be a comparison. So what's the alternative? Two hours in, yep. Twitch do be Twitch sometimes. Small indie company, right? Generally speaking, just because of the amount of crit chance and viability that secondary Enervate gives, I would just go with Enervate on Jade because it's got such a low base crit chance. I think it's like a 10% base crit chance on Jade's Glory. So I would generally speaking go into Enervate on her because it's a flat crit chance increase, and even with Hot Shot and like Topaz Shards, it's not going to be like, I don't think it's going to be a close comparison considering the amount of investment you need to do. I mean, it's better than TikTok that apparently the snowflakes decided to report my get free stuff in Warframe short because I mentioned gay pride. We love pride around here. So it got mass reported by someone and got delisted, so I had to make an appeal. So at least it's not that. Hey, look, it's Topaz Shard. A Topaz Shard. It's nothing. It's not too bad. I'm used to dealing with them. Doesn't even phase me. Although the Banhammer is getting real good use this past week. Start streaming on Facebook, not at all buggier than Twitch. Honestly, you know, if Facebook would pay me for it, I would. I'm proud to you too, Sush. How you doing? Ah. You gotta watch out for the little vampire. Can't stand still, y'all. If you want to res, make sure you're popping into whatchamacallit, so you don't get shreked by these little vampire bastards. How's your day of the week? Not too bad, Brady. It's going pretty well. How are you doing today? Ah, yes. The unfortunate problem of the counter synergies of Neja and Foley. Alright, target one of them at a time and go from there. Are you gonna tell me where they are? Yes. What's my favorite Warframe? It's Neja. And I got lucky today. I got Neja as in my ETA. Where the F are they? Oh, there's one here. This one! Kill this one first! And kidnapped. And where's the other one? There we go. There we go. The Limnus. Oh yeah, the Limnus can get a little bit frustrating, but you just gotta walk away. Encumber? No, this one's a fortifier. Realize something about Sirius and Orion, we're able to stack the same aura mod up to 8 times? Theoretically, yeah. With 8 of them. The power one. Power drain? Power donation? Hello, yes, I would like to lose 30% power strength to gain 7 times 3, 210 power strength. Whee! Which is definitely going to be one of the mods I use, one of the auras I use on one of my builds to give the other frame extra 30% power strength at all times. I kind of hope that one of them is not going to need a lot of strength so that I can do a little bit of a negative strength there. You have an invincibility ability. Orion's one will count as a weapon. Yeah, same with the other one as well. Well, will it count for a weapon for activating growing power? Probably not. Maybe though. Maybe. Fucking hell, I love it when they go invisible the moment that they spawn so you can't find them. It's so much fun. So much fun. Please stop doing that, D. Where'd you go? Ah! The spinny blades of spin. Where? How many dupes of Neja do I own? I just got 2. I don't really need any more for that, for build wise. You're in there somewhere. There you are. Valor, Corrosive, and Blast at the same time. Viral is coming from my companion / Nourish that we have in the squad. Why is this so loud today? I've got Nourish in the squad, so there's the Viral. I put, I don't know where the Corrosive is coming from. Because I think I got Blast Electric on here, so I don't know where the Corrosive's coming from. But the, whatchamacallit there? You have 20 Lokis? That's too many. That is just too many Lokis. No, there's no Hydroid here. We have a Fully, a Nova, and a Necros, so no Hydroid. Candy. Feed the kitty the Scooby snacks. Kojiro, how you doing? Welcome in. Don't you love it when they go invisible the moment they spawn, so you don't know where you're supposed to be going? Whee! Please. You look like a real one. Go into Incarnate, please. Thank you. Come back. Come back. Thank you. And where's the next one? Oh! Oh! Got you just in time. Uh-oh. Ooh. Move. Thank you. You're somewhere in this mess. There we go. Okay, head to extract. GG squad. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Oh, flee. Ah. You can tell I haven't played Nezha in a few days because I keep missing up the slip and slide. On the sky. There we go. GG. You think Stream Elements is the #1 chatter? I mean, it is a bot that sends out messages, so yeah, that would make sense. You know, anytime that someone asks for a build, Stream Elements responds, so it's not too surprising. The only frame you don't own is Sephiroth Prime? Really? That's kind of surprising. Omangil? Something along those lines. How you doing? Oh man, my eye keeps twitching today. It's quite frustrating. Luminous, getting it, you're behind while you can't use your invuln. Ooh. Well, we got there. It's all good. We got there. Another hot shot. And another universal fallout. And some phosphor. Have fun. Vauban's Overdrive is supposed to stack. There is a bug with it right now that allows you to stack overdrivers with multiple Vaubans, I believe, but it's not intended to. I think it's supposed to only apply once. I'm like 80% certain that's a bug. but I actually don't know off the top of my head. Okay, let's grab one of those from here. Let's grab some relics, because why not? And all that's fine. And Exilus. Yeah, I don't need any of those. We got lots. If they remove that bug, you'll crash out. Well, best of luck for your crash out then. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. See you in a hot second. And then we'll take a look at people's builds once we're back. It's very odd that something that gives multiplicative damage stacks with other instances of it. That's why I say be ready for that being a bug. It's a little bit odd for that. Just a wee bit weird. Just one Vauban can stack all on his own. 4 was playing Vauban yesterday. Oh yeah, that should not be functioning like that. Yeah, that should not be functioning like that. I don't think so. At least not to my knowledge, it's not supposed to be functioning like that. Dralt, we saw your gyre. How close am I for LR6? I have no idea. Rainy Fish, your Rhino. Ooh, Rainy, I really like that. Actually, I really dig that. Holy smokes, that's really good looking. I love that one. Cephalon Glacier, Uriel. Yeah, that gold was really nice. Kamisado, multi-augmented, growing power, high range. Adaptation's nice. You don't necessarily need it. Just remember that Remedium, when you cast it, will insta-heal you and regenerate all your shields. But having it here for a little bit of extra damage reduction, just so that you don't have to cast it as much, is nice. Everything else here you have is perfectly fine. Yeah, the only thing I would say, it's unfortunate that you've already put an Umbral Forma on here. Archon Intensify does get activated by Demonium. Dealing damage to your minions with Demonium and then healing it with Remedium does activate Archon Intensify. So unfortunately, you already got an Omnia or an Umbral on here, just sort of as an idea. You would get more power strength by switching it, but yeah, would you want to do that now at that point is kind of the problem. The other thing I would say is just make sure you're running like 1 Equilibrium Shard, maybe 2. Golfagor spawns a ton there. It doesn't work for you, yeah, so you gotta deal damage to them using Demonium, and then it'll activate Remedium. And just in case that is a bug that has popped back up, let's wander into a quick simi, shall we? Just to make sure that I'm not lying to you. Because that could just be bugged out. It is supposed to activate Archon Intensify. They specifically recoded it to do that. Archon Intensify on Uriel with healing minions from Demonium damage. Yep, it's activating. At least in the semi, it's activating. All right, that's it from you. Withered Hyperion, a Burstin build. Foil Sense, critical delay, speed trigger. So there is a better fire rate mod, 2 options that I would recommend instead of speed trigger. Not Vile Acceleration. The Truth mod, Gilded Truth, will give you more parkour velocity as well as gas damage and heal you. Gas AoE every 30 seconds. So if you're wanting to maximize your damage, either Prime Shred, which is what I like to run because it does gain punch through on the Incarnate form, or the Truth mod, which is totally up to you which one you want to go for. Merciless is perfectly fine here, along with Serration, using Galvanized Scope and whatnot for high crit chance stuff. Yeah, no, I mean, nothing to say here. What you have is really, really good. Just, I would recommend swapping this out and maybe 60/60s here instead. That's about it. Yeah, all of this looks good. Nothing really to say there. Tenet Archiplasmor. Savvy, Shotgun Cannonade, Merciless. So it is actually not a bad idea to run both Merciless and Cannonade with Savvy because this is multiplicative here, so it's very strong. Crit chance, there's a primed crit mod that you can get as well. Corrosive Heat, and for your element, I would run Magnetic. Don't forget, Elemental Devices allow you to swap out the element at will. And your mag, ooh, very pretty. Yes, I like. Latin Droid, Sevagoth. Ooh, very nice Sevagoth. I actually really like that blue. That silvery blue on there. And the build, is just the classic build here. Circumvent, multi-augmented, catalyzing shields. The only thing I would say is you don't have a status cleanse here, so Rolling Guard might do you well. Like, I would replace this with Rolling Guard if you really feel like you need it, but you have Circumvent, so you can get, like, you roll through people for shields, or for Overguard, and you'll be fine. All that looks good. Just something that you might want to think about is switching this out for Rolling Guard for shield gatey stuff, but otherwise looks good. Love the stream music choice. Nice. I'm glad you do. Late as usual to the stream? No, Zood. You're just like a wizard. You arrive precisely when you mean to. Shred! Give this thing punch through! Give this thing fire rate and punch through! Shred! Replace hammer shred. Shred! Yeah, otherwise looks good. You're back? Welcome back. A Gyre Prime. Ooh, that's really pretty. I like that. How come you recommend Magnetic for your progenitor? So the reason why is it adds another status element for your multiplicative galvanized aptitude. So, or you go into heat because you had corrosive heat on there. So, but I would probably go into Magnetic because then you get more damage out of it than you would with the heat. And generally speaking, you're one-shotting enemies before you can do anything. Like, before the enemies can do anything to you. You're back? Welcome back. Oh, right. You wanted the Batacore, right? I think I got a Batacore. A Batacore. Most of a Batacore build. Sort of. Serration, aptitude. I think this is multiplicative on here, if I remember right. You don't really need Shred on here because this is what you're playing around, and this, I think, has punch through natively. Yeah, it has punch through natively, so you don't really need it. I'm 90% certain this is multiplicative on here. And then you just go into... You could go into Shred for increasing the fire rate so that the charge is faster. So like Shred here, or just any other fire rate increasing. And then alt fire, multico on the main fire. Yeah, alt fire is additive. Oh, is it? I thought it was multiplicative on the main fire, but that's still fine. I would still probably run both of these either way. Crit chance, crit damage. Yeah, and then it's just elements for these two slots. And then whatever arcane you want to use. Something in that area. Alrighty, time for EDA. Viral mods plus Crux. I don't know if I would go Crux on it. Probably wouldn't be bad though. Actually, no, that would be pretty good. Because you're getting so much crit chance and stuff. Hey Rook, hey Nagato, how you doing? Yeah, and also the ammo efficiency too on that would be pretty solid. Ooh, I got some good options. Ooh, I got really good options. Ooh. Is it time for my dragon boy? I think it might be time for the dragon. Ooh, the Hind or the Ferox? Let's go Ferox. Let's go Ferox. Stug. What do we got here? Each glyph inflicts a small amount of damage when collected as Roger Canions charge towards the pole enemies. Gruzzlings, ruptured. That's fine. That's fine. Assassination. Okay, all that's fine. So Chroma's my go-to here. Psycho, Peanuts, and Redacted. Howdy ho, Sephiroth fellow here. Shadow build, right, can grant you somewhere between 8 seconds of vulnerability. Sounds about right, yeah. Gotta double check those numbers, but essentially acts as a pseudo status, cleanse plus circumvent. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. All that checks out to me. I don't really want to lose armor here. What build is this? Hopefully this is not my attempted persistence build. What happened to my Chrome? Oh, it's because I'm not on Chroma Prime. Lol. Lol. No, this is not the persistence build. Okay. So let's go with the Stug. And we'll just throw Fortifier on here. Because I'll play Cold Elemental Ward with Fortifier. Hee hee, haha. And Croaker, sure, why not? And by that I mean Twin Basilisk, because I forgot how to spell Croaker. Ability Overload, I don't care about that. Activating an ability inflicts 50 damage, I don't care about that. Casting ability reduces armor, and while moving, okay, yeah, none of this really matter to me. Prisma Obex Incarnate, same as the rest of the patch, the 17th. You need that for no reason? I need it because I like Incarnates. Although I still gotta say, probably the Incarnate that I'm looking forward to the most is the Ballistica. I'm really interested to see what the Ballistica is gonna end up doing. Oh, I put Nourish on here. Neat. Okay. Nami Solo Incarnate is arguably the best Incarnate for melees in the game. It's incredibly strong. Oh, and if you're going to be taking damage from picking up the glyphs, don't worry about it. I'll pick them up. I've got Guardian Armor on, so I'm not really going to be dying here. Okina Incarnate and Raffle Vance don't really work out. They're fantastic together. They're actually incredibly strong together. Was weak as hell on Varuna? Oh no, it's fantastic on Varuna. Sounds like that might be a build problem there. Morau, how you doing? Probably mispronounced your name, but happy to have you. But with Hated Teared? Yeah, I mean, oh, Hate's really good on Varuna. You're absolutely right. But that sounds like there might be a build problem there for you, Phil, because I use, I don't use Wrathful, but I use the, whatchamacallit on there? Okina Incarnate on her all the time. You can tell you're addicted to Warframe. Hey, as long as you're having fun. That's what matters, right? All right, nice and easy. How you're happy how well your mag turned out? It does look really nice. I don't like how hard it is to see these orange runes. You're not having fun? Then you should take a little bit of a break from Warframe. Especially since we have a patch coming up. That's the problem, you literally can't? Oh no. Well, I believe in you. The Ferox. It's good, but not the best. It's just more fun for me than anything. Then what I would say is do something different in Warframe. You know, has there been a farm that you've been putting off? Is there any, like, things that you've been putting off? Any play styles that you've been meaning to try? Because if you're not having fun, you should really take a break if you're able to. You don't want to get burned out. Getting burned out in Warframe is always the worst. Equinox gets reworks next. Equinox is really strong, but she could probably use a little bit of a touch up. I don't think she needs a full rework. I think she just needs her abilities to be a little bit more synergistic. But she's actually really strong the way she is right now. Now's a good time to take a break. Operation's over and still a while before the update. Yeah, exactly. You're a homebody? I mean, I too am a homebody, but I go out for like an hour walk every day. If you're able to get out of the house and spend a little bit of time outside of things, you should. She's still a very fun frame. Oh yeah, she's a ton of fun, but she does need a little bit of love. The problem is not having a better alternative game-wise. That's a totally reasonable thing. And like, I feel you. The shotgun Paragale? Hey, listen, it is my favorite short-barreled, long-barreled sniper rifle. Or sorry, long-barreled shotgun. Fuck, words. Play other games to avoid burnout? Yep. Biggest piece of advice is do not let yourself get burned out. Be proactive. Roll over like Cat's Hunt because Vern doesn't really need a ton of energy when building around her 4. Synth Construct. If you're playing around the augment for the 2, for the 1, you will be casting a lot. So as long as you have another answer for your energy, you should be fine though. Like energized or equilibrium shards with the Synth Construct companion or something. So as long as you got an answer for your energy, you should be fine. But if you're using the augment, her first augment for like nuking damage, you definitely are going to be casting quite a lot. Hey, get off of that. Delete. Good polearm staves. The Guandao is pretty good. Batacore Exilus. I didn't have an Exilus on the build, so just whatever fits in your fancy. Yeah, vigilante supplies, exactly. Huh? You didn't die right away this time? What the? Oh, there you go. ADHD is hard for you to sit still and play a story-driven game for 5 minutes before you get bored. I mean, that's fair. I get where you're coming from with that. That's how you are with most solo games. I feel like that's the case with most people. Do you need the orb generation from Lyca's Hunt with impetus? Keep up the prey Dynar nuking? The problem is energy, right? Most people use the Lyca's Hunt for equilibrium, regenerating your health, regenerating your energy. But if you can find, like, if you have another answer to your energy problems, you'll be fine. Right? Lyca's Hunt's just a health orb generator for making you, you know, solving your energy problem with equilibrium or Archon shards. Quickest way to get Arcane Hotshot, Voss for trading. Lloyd's Recycling Center. stars. Or of course trading with other people. You can also farm it from EDA, but yeah, the trade-in system is, if you're looking for not spending platinum, the trading system is kind of your best bet. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. Sit tight. See you in a second. Hey, Alpine. Hope you're doing well. Secret is small. The United Snakes. On the slave. Ba, 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 ba. Fat and lazy. What are we doing here? Disruption. Nope, I didn't want electric, but sure. Oh, it's because I turned it to electric for the build there. Equinox lately, touch-ups under numbers and some augments integrated into her kit. Yeah, and that's basically what a lot of people just want, is just a little bit of love for her overall playstyle. Like, she's a very, very strong frame, but she just needs a little bit more. Just needs a little bit of love, a little bit of synergy between her kit now. Is largely where it's at. She's a very, very strong frame. It's just the problem is, like, you know, not very synergistic. Especially when we have so many good synergistic frames these days. She's kind of like lagging behind in that regards. $2 from your taxes. Come back here. Blue key. Add it. Interacted. Damn camera. Off we go to the United Snakes. And the changes make him even better. Yeah, I mean, he was I don't know if I would say he was very good. He was okay. Like, he's not terrible, but he is significantly better now. The problem was just he was very, like, clunky. It's not that he was bad, it's just he was not 2026, you know? He was just a little bit clunky. But he is doing much better now. Be gone. So slow. Okay, cold, please. Health, please. Die, please. Thank you. The Grenier magnetic doors. You know there's a little bar above the door that you can shoot out, right? Oh, got the other key here. Will you just ignore those? Fair enough, Shaq. How you doing, dude? Your hands are faster than your eyes and brain. I mean, what I just end up doing is I've just trained myself to shoot the door as I'm going through on those tiles. The moment that I notice that those are active on the tile, I just, you know, auto tune my brain in to do that. How's your back? The migraines? The back is doing better. The migraine is trying its hardest today to come back, so that's a little bit frustrating, but good otherwise. You have a friend who started to play D2 to avoid the burnout, just to find out 5 days later the game was releasing its last update. Yeah, I'll be playing for a few days next week, D2. It's actually where I got my started in content creation and in like shooter looters. It was actually Curse of Osiris that got me starting playing Warframe. Oddly enough. And it was the first round of layoffs in 2023 that got me started streaming Warframe again. I started streaming Warframe first, but then I ended up stopping, and I was enjoying Destiny more, stopping streaming, and then when I was changing up my job to start my content career journey, I I went to Destiny before I came back to Warframe. Oh, what are you doing in there in the corner? Do you farm the Brawna, finish the Valiance bonus on your Twin Stubbas, or do you hope for a Magnetic Ephemera while leveling the Valiance bonus on your Dibbles Galaxian? Is any of those weapons specifically interesting to you right now? I think the Braum is going to be interesting with the new compression primary mod. Tutu, how you doing? Hey, you guys want to give me a key? Thanks. Okay, are you going to pick up the key? Thanks. Tutu, thank you for the prime. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the rest of your name. Tutu Zitos? Something along those lines? But thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. The explosive radius plus damage mods that showed up. Yeah, I really hope that that's going to be multiplicative damage. Right now, we don't know if it's multiplicative or additive. But of course, we'll be doing the full usual patch reading for 12 hours and testing. Did they showcase the Dante augment? They just showed us the Dante augment. They didn't actually showcase it. In the dev stream, at least. I don't want this key. I don't want it. I should try Worm Fatal. We did that before. Done it before. A few times here on the channel. We just don't do it every day. It seemed interesting depending on how it's calculated. Yeah, just like most things in Warframe, right? Depends on how the game weird spaghetti shenanigans is going to work with it. That's always the question. Squad, after this one, I do need to quickly run to the washroom. So I will be going briefly AFK as we enter into the next mission here, just as a heads up. It's either gonna be super neat or super boring. Yeah, and that's kind of the problem. Because if it's just additive damage, like, okay. But if it's multiplicative damage, wow. Okay, I'm just gonna run to the washroom while y'all are getting in here. I'll be right back in a second.
Hey, buddy.
Link vitality? Yeah, that's already the plan for me. That's already the plan for me. I wonder how much health we can get on a companion. It's going to be quite funny. There we go. How excited am I to try Sandcats? Honestly, quite. But they did confirm that it's one helmet on the frames total, so it does not apply both slots. It only goes onto the primary frame. Paul did confirm that. So Sandcats, we're not gonna have 10 Sandcats, unfortunately. And I was only mostly disappointed by that. But I understand, it makes sense. No matter how much I dislike it, it does make sense. It would be a little bit of a code nightmare to do that, I think. So I don't blame them. So happy with the helmets and Sirius and Ryan are split apart. Yeah, I didn't quite understand what that is going to be doing. Like, is it going to be two separate abilities? And unlocks both of them when you helmet it in? So I didn't quite, don't quite fully understand that, but I need to go reread the tweet to see if there's a little bit of a better understanding there. Oh, so it's going to be two separate abilities that you subsume in? Oh, that's kind of cool. I figured it would just be a tap hold thing, but that's even better, actually. Depending on how it functions, of course. As always. Sound like a coding nightmare? Oh, I can only imagine the coding shenanigans they had to go through there. Also, hi, Sophia. How you doing? Unlock one or actually get both? Apparently it's both. You're good, kind of low energy day. You know what? Same here. Swaps the frames according to the helmets. Yeah, we'll see. I have no idea yet. Damage attenuation. What happened to that? How do you feel about the Vaso Incarnate? It's really good for single target weapons. For like single target, just nuking down a boss or something like that. It's like actually really good. Arcane Persistence for the first time. As an Inneros main, you instantly fell in love. I just love health tanks, so I just love it, period. Primary secondary frame is gonna work because only swapping once a day seems annoying. Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays. It'll be interesting to see how that functions once the patch hits. No. Hey. Okay, if no one wants to join us for Netrocells, head on out. Otherwise, we'll go do the Netrocells with this squad here. What you got? Ooh, red shard. Thanks, bird. Danny has first dibs at Netrocell slot. Icicle. All right, Danny, you here? We tried to get Danny in for elite stuff, but they didn't have it unlocked, so they requested to come in for Netracells, so we'll give them the opportunity first. Maybe they'll get on in here. Follow me. Let's go. Testing builds helmets is going to be a pain if it's only once a day. Nah, not really. Oh, for swapping the helmet of the ability, I assume is what you mean. Yeah, you're right. That would be a bit of a pain. Yeah. If it's swapping just the helmet. Alias change, no more yell at people. Heck yeah. Hey, Golden Cheese, how you doing? Yeah, if it's only a once a day swapping, that's gonna get really frustrating. But hopefully that's not the case. We'll obviously find out once the patch hits. We lost Danny. Nope, Danny's just loading in. Okay, we'll give it a second. Swapping the mainframe be important? I think it has to do with the helmet situation. But again, I don't really know. I'm kind of working on piece together information. I'll go take a look at Pablo's stuff once we're done here. Yeah, the loading in's not a problem. I think what people are talking about is the helmets. Specifically. Drink my water. All right. Give me a second. No, it's okay. I'll go hunt it down. It's fine. Takes a whole 3 seconds. But I appreciate it, Cardi. The context is... Oh, this is definitely not the way. You can only swap the helmet on the primary, and you can only swap the primary once a day. There we go. Is what Ollie is saying about Pablo. So, we'll see how that works once we get there. Which, yeah, that's going to be very frustrating if you can only swap once a day. And then it'll affect the helmet. But it also might be one of those things where, because it's the 2, so that's the deals heat damage when you deal damage, and the molt equivalent, I think we'll see sort of one become the quote-unquote better option. Once the patch hits, we'll have obviously more information on that. I wonder why they're limiting it to 1 a day. And I also wonder why they don't just make it so that it's always just unlocks both of them. Period. I bet there's some weird coding shenanigan there that I just don't understand. But in my opinion, they should just make it, you know, unlocks both of them and you don't have to do the swapping stuff for the helmets. Complicated experiment, that would be amazing, or cluster F. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting too. It'll probably go off your oldest one, I assume, Penguin. But that was a good question. How is that going to work with that? My gut instinct says the one that you had first. But what happens if you do own? Coming on YouTube, I've told someone I'm gonna use Talker to dome acolytes and do arcane compression. Random person's verdict was, I mean, it's a YouTube comment, so it's probably something like this. Arcane compression is bad because you have to aim. I mean, to be fair, they're not wrong. Like, in a game where we're super high fast paced, You know, a lot of people don't want to aim. It's the reason why AoE weapons are the most popular weapons in the game, right? And that is actually completely valid, because a lot of people don't like having to aim in Warframe, right? It's so incredibly fast-paced. Okay, just gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. Jetfire, welcome in. 2 frames with different shadows would have been a better choice, but D missed a chance to have the 69th frame be female by not releasing 2 frames. I mean, DE is just going to do whatever the hell they want, because DE, their kind of order now doesn't matter anymore. The preconceived order that used to exist is now not really a thing. They just kind of release stuff when they want to. You like AoE because you treat Warframe as a horde shooter? I mean, Warframe is a horde shooter, yeah. Right? It's a power fantasy horde shooter game. It's not a precision shooter looter. Like Destiny 2 is more of a precision based game. Bolter and Karn you kind of wish was better instead of just want to be bursting and Karn. Oh, that's fair. I mean, the Bolter and Karn is a ton of fun. I like it. But again, it's not for everybody. Hey, you. Get out of there. Hey, get out from there. Hey. Same with you. Get out of here. Be gone. Be gone. Hey, you. Over there. Zaku and Verona Prime. Ooh, nice. Both are very good frames. Although I like Verona more these days. Don't get me wrong, Zaku Prime is crazy good. But I do like Verona more. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew. Pew. Off we go. More work. Yes, my lord. You kill super fast with weapons like the Cedar or Nucor, and that's, I mean, that's kind of what Warframe is, right? It's meant to be more whatchamacallit. Thank you, Sophia. Just as a reminder, saying that is generally seen as being just a bigoted person this month. I know it's probably not where you're coming from, but generally speaking, it's a dog call for just being a bigot. GG, peeps. Dog whistle. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. And to stop anyone immediately saying otherwise, just try to be nice and suffer a bunch of them. So do I. That's why I got tattooed on my skin. This is all the different antidepressants I've been on. Oh. I got it too. But just as a heads up, generally speaking, it's just a dog whistle for people being bigoted jerks, so that's why we delete that. Do a really cool tattoo? Yeah, if you want to see, it's on my Threads account if you want to see a better photo of it. It's the pinned thing on my Threads. Okay, what do we got here? Jupiter. Hammer shot, aptitude. I mean, again, shred, fire rate, punch through, both super solid on weapons. But what you have here is really tasty. That's a nice ribbon. Damage electricity. I feel like you could probably drop aptitude here. feel like you could probably drop aptitude here. Hey, Battle Pants, how you doing? Just because you got Merciless and the damage here. I don't think it has Gunko. I think it's hit scan. Double check. If it's got Gunko, then, you know, no changes needed. Galv Scope. Yeah, okay. That looks good too. Okay, Redacted, you take care. You play Sirius 3 with Roar and then swap to Orion, you still get Orion's 3. That is my understanding of it too, yeah. Yeah, that's my understanding as well. Lucky day, you got a Tau Forged red, a regular yellow, and a blue shard. Ooh, very nice. Ooh, very good. What's the highest Lich element percentage you get for a Kuva weapon? 60% is the maximum. Can't believe D invented a month around Sirius Signature Scythe. That's so cool. How do you level Necromex without wanting to explode? I go into Conjunction Survival to skew. Like if you're doing an Omnia Conjunction Survival, like when it pops up here, it's you can summon Necromex in here. And that's how I leveled them up. Railjack, of course, also really good. Open World is also really good. Like, there's a lot of options, but I typically just go for... I typically just go for just Conjunction Survival. You know, pop it out for a little while. Shoot a little bit. When it despawns, whatever, just keep doing that as you're going. What would be the lowest element percentage you could accept? I mean, the lowest that the game gives you is 25, but I would say like 40, or like I'm not someone who necessarily super cares about the progenitor amount. Whirlwind, how you doing? Not someone who super cares about the percentage amounts. Like, it's better to have them up as high as you can, but it's usually not too big. Thermias, yeah, open worlds, yeah. In squads, of course, don't forget your Vosper so you don't miss out on Affinity Share. That's another one, yeah. Open World and Trotty Labs is too slow. Railjack then probably askew. We're going to have a lot more people playing Railjack come the update, right? We're getting Steel Path Railjack as well. I'm going to actually have to do a Railjack build. I'm actually going to have to do it. I'll actually have to do Railjack build. Meh. Nourish over the one, Arcane Concentration. So the only thing I would say here is the armor you gain from the charge and its augment is multiplicative, increasing to your armor for the whole roar stuff. So if you're not using Reinforcing Stomp all that much, or you find you're not using it that much, you might want to switch this over and then use the augment for the one instead. But what you have here is really good. There's nothing really to say. Right, you got Arcane Concentration for your duration for both Nourish and Roar. You got Molt Augmented for more power strength. Replace the War and use use the 4 augment. Yeah, that's usually what I do as well. But that said, Reinforcing Stomp's actually pretty fun here. I like Reinforcing Stomp myself. I use it on my build too. But I also find that I don't use a lot of energy as Rhinos, so I don't really need Nourish. But if you're just doing it for the extra damage and just higher weapon platforming stuff, I get you. But just an idea, you might want to swap this over and then use the augment for the first ability, because it's multiplicative armor gain. Once that over your Railjack build excels in killing everything fast. I mean, it's fine. I'll figure out Railjack later. Can you ask something? Sure. What's up? Steel Path Railjack will be super fun if Seeker Volley falls off. Yeah. His energy pool's meh. Yeah, but you're not casting a lot, right? You're casting like this every once in a while. You're casting this every once in a while, and you're casting this every once in a while. What would I like to see themed for the next Warframe? I still want to see Beastmaster frame. I want to see people use Beastmaster, like, companions for the whole entire build. Archiplasmor? Well, don't mind if I do. And who do I want to use the Archiplasmor with? Caliban, you're right. Someone using Eclipse on their Rhino, poor Steel Path enemies were getting dropped like their paper. Yeah, they would have to replace Roar, which is rather unfortunate, but because Eclipse and Roar are on the same category. But it's not that big of a deal. What do we got here? Spy, and it's a Jupiter spy. Oh no. All right, let's pull out the Wukong. Okay, who wants to join me for Archon Hunt? Got room for 3. Oh no, Archon Hunt. Rhino's OG is technically tankiest since you get ridiculous amounts of it. Yeah, but doesn't Rhino's OG get turned off by nullifiers? Or is that somebody else? And I'm mistaking again. What's up? Looking good? How am I? Not too bad. How you doing? What you up to? Rhinos gets wrecked by nullifiers. Yeah, it's one of the abilities gets turned off by nullifiers for overguard generation. I just can't remember whose. He's like Dante's doesn't, and I don't think Kulivo's does, but I know one of them does. I just can't remember which. Right? It's Rhino. Okay. Can you join Riaz? Yeah, of course. Cardi, you can just come and just be a warm body for the spy part. I don't mind. Doing good, Side Short. On your main Nidus, you had to stop by. I mean, Nidus is crazy good. I really love Nidus. I can't wait for the rework. Okay, got room for one more for Archon Hunt. About to extract? No worries, Riaz. That's actually wild. You didn't even know? I think that's the case. Huh. I mean, other people are saying that's the case with it. Evan, yeah, Toucan, right? Can you remind me what your in-game name is, Evan? You'll walk around to Octavia for the free invis? Yeah, of course. Huh. I'm playing Wukong, and the Jupiter Spy is super easy for me. Oh, there's an underscore there. Oop. Did you know that Prime doesn't have an O in it? Whoops. As long as you're in for Descendia too. I don't know. You in Descendia? I don't know about that. I'm joking, of course. You listen to the Spaceball themes? Nice. Last time you were going with Nidus, Strun combo and high crit, you had issues with endurance later on, so you're looking forward to the crazy changes. Yeah, the changes actually should really be nice for his survivability. His 4th ability, his health regeneration, is getting like 3.5 times or 3.25 times more health regeneration from his 4. And his innate health regeneration is also getting doubled. So potentially he should have enough HP per second, depending on your strength values, to be invincible with persistence. Depending on what your strength values are. It's ability based, which means that it's not real overguard, yeah. It's not like other frames. Can't wait for Nidus rework. Just run primary bulwark for your Grattler. Yeah, the Grattler is arcane compression. I was watching Brozyme, so this is actually Brozyme's idea. I don't know if Brozyme got it from somewhere else, but the Grattler is one that I'm looking at for arcane precision or arcane compression. It looks like it's gonna be really, really strong. Really, 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 really strong. Worried about the punch through though, so you're gonna go with the Oranga? Yeah, I mean that's also another solid one. Yeah. Like the AoE based the AoE based Archons are gonna be really, really strong with that. Any other Equinox Prime mains? I mean, I play a lot of Equinox. She's great fun. With all these people saying Equinox needs a rework, and I'm just like, nah, she just needs a little bit of love. She's really good. Okay, Toucan, you got that one. If you are uncertain on any of the spies, just leave them, and I will come back and do them. I have brought Wukong, so I have no problems with doing these spies. This is very easy for me to do. And I know how to do all of these spies quite well, because this is the one where everyone has no idea what they're doing, and so I've just learned how to do them all. Oh no, I tripped the alarm. Whatever shall I do? As you're saying about Equinox, yeah, like, I mean, could she use some synergy to make her a little bit more, like, friendly in her kit? 10,000%. Like, I'm not gonna lie to anybody. But, like, she's actually really good. I play her sort of as a hybrid build, so because her Night Form 3rd ability, I believe it is, gives enemies damage dealt reduction, which means that it's, like, it applies to Overguard. Which just makes her one of the surprisingly tankiest frames in the game with like Arcane Circumvent or Fortifier. She's really strong. A lot of people say frames are bad, need rework, but the opinion that S tier frames that you enjoy are playing the most. Yeah, exactly. We good here? Did we goof? No, we're good. Nice job, Riz. Just in the nick of time there. You got hit somehow? I think it might have been me. I was inside of the spy room with you. I think I accidentally triggered it, so sorry about that. I was worried that I accidentally wandered into the spy room while reading a chat message and triggered it, but seems like we're fine. We got in. We got it done. Equinox needs some love in the abilities. The split form switch needs a third option to have both active. I mean, I don't think we need to make Equinox Wukong. I think Equinox is fine without just being a Wukong clone. Her one is big delay. Yeah, she does need, like, again, she needs a little bit of love. But it's to do with just sort of streamlining her kit and making it a little bit more synergistic is more the problem than anything else. She's really, really strong. A lot of people say these frames and these frames are bad and need rework, etc., but you like the opinion that S tier frames are ones that you enjoy and play the most? Yeah, no. There's, in my, like, the way I always say it is there's no bad frame, there's just frames that you don't like. Like, I don't like Revenant and I don't like Saren. They're both very good frames, but I will never play them because I don't like their playstyle. Doesn't mean they're bad, just means they're not for me. What do we got for our next section here? Intercepts. Callie. Ooh, wrong Callie. You'd like a buff to the Knights 4, something temp and Vuln complete with Days Nuke? Yeah, or something. But I mean, she's also, like I was saying, because her third ability is a damage reduction dealt by the enemies, it actually works on Overguard. So it surprisingly makes her incredibly durable. She takes very, very little damage, actually, with that Knight form. I love that you're just flying around by casting Bripe on it. What a silly build. She's a really good nuke frame, but other than that, eh? I mean, I play her as, I play her on night form more than I play her on day form. But the build that I run, I don't use her second ability, so I keep her first ability so I can swap to nuke and then switch back as needed or as wanted. And I find that to be a really, really fun playstyle for her. Play Equinox to go big boom, then healing your friends, so you do a hybrid build? Yeah, mine's more of a hybrid build, but it's not sort of like for healing or helping my friends. It's more of just the hybrid plays so incredibly well. So for me, it's more about like just the versatility more than the assisting of the squad members. Your internet's starting to crash. See you guys later. No worries. Thanks for dropping by. My apologies that you're having bad internet. All right, we got to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to a Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Excited for Ash Proto? I mean, Ash has never really been a frame that I care super amount about, so not super, but maybe I'll revisit Ash and see if I can find anything in his kit that interests me. Again, not that he's bad, but just not a whole lot of interest in his kit and his loadouts. Hey Forbidden, how you doing? Hey, get off that point. No, I was slow getting back. Cast invisible, summon, and shadow clones do big damage, that's all. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. It's just that it's not that interesting to me. Again, not that it's bad. It's just, you know, when we have so many things that do big damage, I want big damage that's a little bit more interesting than that. Ash was the first time that you did 1 million damage? Heck yeah. Bah. 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 Ha pa pa pa. Ha ha pa 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 pa. At least he isn't as basic as Chroma. I mean, how dare you? But also, you're not wrong. Chroma at least has some like weird ass tech with Elemental Ward, you know? Which like keeps me entertained. Man, I always forget how good the Archiplasmor is, and then I replay the Archiplasmor. I'm like, man, I should use this weapon more often. But what else does he have besides big damage and Elemental Ward? Oh, nothing else. I'm fully aware of it, or at least for the way that I play. I don't care about the credit tech. Like, I fully recognize that you're right, but also how dare you? Just like Chroma's an incredibly useful frame for a reason that's completely unrelated to his actual gameplay, yeah. Equinox and Korra do over 4 million easy, oh yeah. And then you end up doing some really crazy stuff. Calling Chroma basic? I mean, Chroma is relatively basic. Put a bunch of strength, put a bunch of duration, done. Doesn't matter, like, you can put on a little bit of range if you want to be more of a supporty Chroma, but typically people aren't doing that. He's typically more of a high strength, high duration frame. He's got like one build and then just sort of, he holds helmet's abilities and buffs your weapons. And I say this as someone who plays a lot of Chroma. Like he was my most used frame for multiple years in a row. I really like Chroma, but he is pretty basic. Loki's kind of basic if you think about it. No, I mean Loki's incredibly basic. Like, it's not even if you think about it, Loki is pretty basic. He's just a strong weapon platformer. But then again, most strong weapon platforms are pretty basic, right? Like just in general. And that's what I said, Lil. That's what I keep saying. They should make his 4 an Exalted Sentinel that like shoots fireballs at people. Think how cool that would be. He's a late game new player friendly frame. Oh yeah, absolutely. But most of the time, basic frames are the new player friendly frames, right? Again, still not saying he's bad. I like him. He's one of my favorites. I can't wait for him to get a rework. Or specifically get his 1 and 4 buffed. His 3 is really cool, and his 2 is Honestly, one of the best helmets in the game, just because of the versatility of it. The Jupiter benefits from Gunko? That's a great wiki question. I don't think it does. At least not the main fire mode. The main fire mode, I'm 90% certain is a just a regular old hit scan. Hey, get off that point. Wiki doesn't list it, so it should be expected behavior, yeah. Why did it interrupt the reload there? That was weird. Expected behavior being additive. Hey, hero, how you doing? What you up to? Trips, how you doing? Welcome in. The only reason you call Loki for reworks because he isn't bad, they're just better weapon platformers, a lot of synergies Loki brings to the table. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Like, I wouldn't say no to a Loki either rework or something, just like a little bit of a buff. He's still really good. Could he use some love? Absolutely. But he is still really, really good. Why are you just sitting back here? Just the one little guy just sitting there. Rage Raven, send it over north. I'll take a look at it when I'm done doing stuff. Loki should actually be played not as a weapon platform since Sight and Ash already do Invis weapon platform better. I mean, I see where you're coming from, but I actually think that Loki's better weapon platform than Ash is. Sight, and he's a bit of a different play style than Sight, and it's not bad to have multiple of frames that fit into the same category. It's perfectly fine. Fish or burritos? What kind of burrito? What school should you use for Gauss? Typically speaking, Madurai, or if you need energy, Zeneric. Generally speaking, are the good ones to go for. Bean, cheese, and rice? Fish. But make sure you're eating a salad too. You need some veggies in your life. What the hell is a vegetable? Something you should be eating. I mean, fish burritos are really tasty. Hey, Hellblade, I'm doing well. What you up to? Who's a good Warframe that you hardly see anymore? You haven't seen Citrine in a while, unless it's you. I mean, Citrine's certainly up there. Caliban is one that I don't really see very often, but I'm usually playing Caliban because he's one of my favorites these days. You like fish tacos? Ask your mom. I'm too busy asking your dad. Gym and work is not a good combination. No. That was a bold mistake. Happy Pride. Happy Pride to you too, Stardust. How you doing? Don't forget, everybody, if you want some fun little Pride emotes, have them all year active as the follower emotes, but I do got some. You can type !Pride to see them. Just for following, you get cool little Pride emotes. Ah! Flashbang. Hey, you. Stop that. Don't see a lot of Atlas? Oh yeah, Atlas. You don't see a lot of Atlas either. I am enjoying the rumbled Atlas build more than anything else. Oh, you know what? I need to make a request to the nice DE people, but I don't know where to put it. Made a sea dog? What the hell is a sea dog? Is it just a fish thing on a, like, on a hot dog bun? You're actually building your Atlas because, sorry, 1 second. Hold on. Let me do the. Hey, why aren't you taking damage? Huh? Why weren't you taking any damage? That was weird. Seattle hot dog with cream cheese and fried onions? What is this? Just remembered concept for a dino frame. I mean, I'd be down for a dino frame. But I still want Beastmaster frame. It's like a Seattle hot dog with cream cheese and fried onions. What is a Seattle hot dog? New frames gonna be nuke frames? Certainly potential to, depending on how the fourth scales. I've already got a few ideas of how I'm gonna be building them out. I think one of them is gonna be probably like just throwing roar on it, because it sounds like, because both of them share the fourth ability, it sounds like the best option to do is whatever one you want to use as sort of a secondary frame, you throw roar onto, and then your primary frame you throw like high range for the fourth ability nuke. And because you'll keep the 4, and then you can replace the 4 on the other frame, right? So I can see some really interesting combinations there, potentially. Bap, abap, 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 abap. But it'll kind of depend on how the 4 operates when you helmet the 4 off on one of them. Yo, Ace. Welcome back. How you doing? How was your weekend? Gonna pass out? Well, don't do that. You're in pain? Don't do that either. I'm sorry to hear that you're in pain. Hope you're doing okay. You love Atlas because he's Saitama? Yeah, Atlas is a ton of fun. I've been enjoying the Rumble Dogman. I just like throwing rocks at people. It's really funny. Fourth should scale with range and strength? Theoretically, yeah, but it's the thing that I'm interested in is if you helmet the 4 off of one of them, does that do anything for the 4 for the other? Not a crazy issue, just pain? I'm sorry. Icicle, what you got? Necros. Ooh, that's a really pretty Necros. Flying around, did Bright Bonded shrooms all the way, or were they easy to ignore? They're mainly easy to ignore. Yeah. Wasn't that big of a deal. I really like that Icicle. That looks really cool. Valhalla, your Akbolto. Multi-shot crit chance damage. Actually super solid. The minus status duration means that you could go into like a funny blast on here, because status duration and blast have a minus status duration plus blast has a good synergy with each other. So I would highly recommend putting blast on this and then just like go crit chance, crit damage with like some 60/60s just so it has a decent blast chance, decent status chance, because it's got a 14 base. So, but actually that's not a bad ribbon. Could be interesting. Could be neat. Ooh, that looks cute. I think I would make this a little bit more vibrant, though. Maybe having the pink just to be the vibrant one looks nice. All right. Cardi, if you want to join for Descendia, you can come back. Okay, who wants to join us for Steel Path Descendia? Icicle Erzman. What do we got this week? Potato. I've only got one gold potato? Sheesh. Only one potato? That's not good. Nice prep for the update? Yeah. Orokin reactor. Oh, good. I've got. Oh, no. I have 15 of them. I just have one blueprint. Hey, Zaptron, how you doing? Oh, by the way, everyone, thank you again. We did hit Partner Plus for last month. So thank you, everybody. We did hit it last month. 2 more to go. Pretty good. Got new Wukong fashion. Is it using the new Ollie for the 10? Why does it say you only gave 8 gifted subs? For the 10 gifted subs, thank you so much, Ollie. Appreciate you. Celebration subs. Whee! Hiya. What are we doing? Oh, the freaking Astrolab. I hate this thing. Aced with the 5 gifted subs. Heck yeah, Aced. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm really bad at following these things. Oh no. Where is it? There it is. Thank you very much, both Aced and Ollie, for the hype train. If y'all want in on the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote. We're already at rank 4, so we're getting to goose territory right away. Chat, show me your goose. Tommy, how you doing? Chat, show me your goose. That's not a euphemism, I swear. Hey Shifty, how you doing today? You originally put the build together as a meme, but it's rapidly turning into your favorite build. Well, the flying around with the Noko Bripe on it is actually really funny. And I saw, because you had so much cast speed on there, that it made it super easy to maintain. That's actually kind of a neat little idea with all that cast speed you have. Get this goose? You could get the goose. What's the main game name? Yeah, it's just type IGN. Oh, Ollie's already got it there for you. Thank you, Ollie. Scotty, thank you very much for the 13 months tier 1. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're in goose territory, chat. You get your goose on. Maybe. Gonna make some lunch? No worries, Riaz. You enjoy your lunch. Sonar dash cancel helps Brightbonnet maintain it more. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Oh, be careful with shooting out the stuff on the wall. We need to be keeping it inside of the meter there. Great as always. Start playing Metal Gear Rising Revenge and Rules of Nature. I have no context for what you're talking about, but it sounds like you're having fun. That's the most important thing. Hydrogen doesn't hit them with their 4. No, but bullet jumping does. Of all freaking things, bullet jumping will explode these things on the walls, so just be a little bit careful. They break 2 things very easily. Tal for the 4 months tier 1. Thank you so much. If y'all want in on the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote. Help support the community. Biddies, sound alerts, gifted subs, Twitch subs. Check for your Prime. Everyone, check your couch cushions for your Bezo bucks. You're just over here in a corner. Well, as long as you're having fun. Soundtrack, it's a soundtrack playing in the background at the start of the game. Sick as hell. Ooh. I might have to check that one out. I'm the wiener. Thought Baruch wouldn't either. I think Baruch does still break it, yeah. Can't be broken by Caliban's 1 since it breaks just about everything. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Oh, we'll snooze the hype train. We'll snooze the ad break while there's a hype train going. As per usual. Oh, it's frictionless and you have to break the things? That's hilarious. I'm a Caliban. I don't care. I'm a Caliban and I don't care. Just doing the spinny, spinny, spinny everywhere. Only for another 10 gifted. Just snooze the ad break. Okay, well, I can only snooze it 2 more times. Thank you very much, Ollie, for another 10 gifted. Super appreciate you. A double race week? Oh no, let me, oh no, oh no. Oh, I don't want to ride my Kaith. I don't want to ride my bicycle. Why is there no Queen on my playlist? I think that's a really good question. Why is there no Queen on my playlist? I hate the cave flying. It's not that bad. I'm just bad at it. Kind of wish Foley had more expensive abilities to play off of the Arcane coming out next. I mean, Foley just doesn't really care about energy. At a certain point either. But that said, Foley is still going to be, because of the spam ability of her kit, the new Arcane is actually going to be really solid for her if you don't want to go into like Equilibrium or Shards. Is it big back if you eat 50 pizza rolls? Eat a vegetable. Reaper King, how you doing? Eat a vegetable. No, you won't eat a vegetarian. I never said eat a vegetarian. I said eat a vegetable. Those aren't the same things. I'll have to buy a half of a beef. No, a vegetable. Beef is not vegetables. No matter how much we all want it to be. Also, beef is way too expensive right now. Ooh. Why does going up into caves send you to space? Because it's supposed to launch you off the floor so you can fly around easier. That's kind of the idea behind it. Sure, parkour speed and casting velocity, why not? USA. Get all the way. I'm above 50 next day. Suppose you've been trying to get the Syndicate weapons for MR and collection. Oh, that's not too bad. Me, I'm doing pretty good. A little bit of pain today still. I've got bad migraines whenever the weather changes, so I'm having a little bit of a hard time, but we're managing. And other than that, things are going really well. Oh, they're like right beside each other. That's useful. Hey, you. Whee! You guys got any, little power supplies? Oh, when my parkour velocity changes, it really messes with me. It's not, I'm not used to change. I don't like change. I'm a nerd. Change is terrifying. Help. 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 Might have to dip once we get to Leon. Your mom said she'll need help with the groceries when she gets home. Yeah, that's fine. It's no worries. Not a worry in the world. Helping out your mom is more important than playing video games. We all understand that. It's all good in the hood. Okay, you got another second here to get on the hype train if you want to. Twitch sub, biddies, prime subs, all that good stuff. I do love vegetables. You know what I've been craving the last few days is just like a nice Greek salad. Like a good Greek salad with like chicken souvlaki. It's good stuff. Yeah, I know you were a bad one. I don't care. Brussels sprouts? Oh man, Brussels sprouts are so good. Oh. Brussels sprouts are really good. Lily just pulled out a wedge salad. Ooh, good choice. Ollie, thank you for another 2 gifted subs. Well, I guess I'll snooze that ad break. Calamos! Sweet kitty cat. My sweet boy, Calimo. Sneaky retreats, Legasite? Yeah, that seems weird. Whee! Twitch really trying to make us watch ads? I mean, to be fair, yeah. I don't have anything for that. Just yeah. Oh, you're gonna saute some shrooms? Damn it, Shaq. Damn it. Now I want mushrooms too. Oh, are you gonna do like a nice little balsamic with them too? Like a little balsamic reduction to go with your shrooms? Damn it. You wish you liked mushrooms? And you know what? That's totally fair. I really like mushrooms, but again, it's not for everybody. My mom's like allergic to them. And she's a vegetarian, so she's like, she tries to like go eat just like a veggie something or other. And then it's like, does this have mushrooms in it? And she can't have it. I feel bad for her. Hey, you. Get out of here. Come fight me, nerd. Thank you. And before you ask, yes, you're being silly. I figured you were. Goru, no. No dying, Goru. Hype for Synax Prime? I actually really am. I really like Synax. Synax is a ton of fun. But I play Synax mainly as a weapon platform. I don't play Synax very much using his 4th augment. I just find it very boring. But don't get me wrong, it's very strong. Why are you not taking damage? Oh? What? Why are you taking no damage? What happened there? That was weird. Cry Crystal, how you doing? Or Cry Christy? Something along those lines? Oh, that guy's really tanky. What if I just do this? Why are you so tanky? Huh? Why are you so why is my Archoplasma just not hitting you sometimes? What is going on here? Well, I got my sick wrist, it's fine. Beep. Okay. 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 What? What is, why are you, huh? No, my Archoplasma is definitely modded. Like, I'm not even getting weak point hits on these guys. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Pretty sure your Zaku Prime's done? Hell yeah, I love Zaku. They're great. He's near immortal? Yeah, it's like, what the hell? I don't know why certain things just weren't taking damage there. It was a little weird. You got another few seconds to get on the hype train there, peeps. Wow, 3 races in a week? What the hell? Oh, okay. Okay, 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 okay. 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 I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm losing my mind. Help. Help. Okay. Okay. Bad. Okay. There we go. All right. Thank you all for the hype train. Thank you, Ollie, for the gifted subs, Tal for the tier 1 4 months, Scotty for the 13 months tier 1, and of course Ace for the gifted subs as well. We are just going to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. And if you don't like ads, but you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to a sub for sure. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Any tanky frames for easier steel path? Having a struggle with damage and dying fast. If you want to, what you can do is once I'm done here, you can send me your build. I can give you some recommendations. Does everyone have to do the race when playing in a squad? Yes, everyone must complete the race. There we go. Down we go. All right, see you, Icicle. Noko is basically immortal. Yeah, I mean, Noko is a really easy frame for Steel Path just because his casting does so much damage and is essentially immortal with his passive plus his 1 and 2 or just his 3 as well is really incredibly strong. Subtroll and rush again? Okay, fair enough. Damage as Drifter, gain damage resistance, Warframe stake 100%, ammo efficiency while sliding or crouching, but receive. I don't want either of these. Yeah, fine, I'll take that. Sax comes up, it'll only have 70 days. The average gap is 98. Yeah, it's once a quarter usually, Mordecai, so it's usually once every about 90 days. But you're right, it is a shorter this time between the two. And I think that was just because Varuna was a little bit late. What the hell? Let me play Warframe. This week is weird for Descendia. Hey Monkey, how you doing? This week is really weird for Descendia. But yeah, if you Noko would do really well, Shifty. If you're having problems with survivability, even though I hate him, Revenant is really easy survivability. Rhino, very good. Any frame that can use persistence well is also super good. Oberon, yeah, Oberon is relatively easy to do as well. Yep. $45 targets? Oh, it's because of the deacons here. I was like, why is it only 45? Yeah, Lavos, also solid choice. The slow while you're spinning. God damn it, Bernies. And the mild beaver tranquilizer. Yeah, Lavos is actually really survivable. Yeah. Hi, Brad. Welcome back, Golden Cheese. I feel like the Noko farm is a pain. Oh, but it's worth it. Noko farms is actually really good. Because Noko, the Noko bounties has a lot of end game arcanes that so you don't have to farm other game modes for it. So it's a little bit of a pain, yeah, but it's really worth it because you end up getting a lot of really good end game arcanes from like other sources that you may not want to farm. So I definitely say that like it's worth the farm for Noko. Really worth the farm for Noko. Noko wasn't that hard to farm. It's more of a slower farm, Golden Cheese. That's where most people are coming from with it. Because Noko's farm is a little bit slow. You don't have to do Profit Taker for lead-in or for the mod strain set either. Yeah, you can get the strain set there too, which is great because then you don't have to do the Profit Taker bounties for the strain set. But yeah, no, I would definitely say like the Noko farm is definitely worth it. But also super, you also had super good RNG. Yeah, that's largely speaking the problem for most people is like the RNG. Can you say a hot take? I mean, as long as it's appropriate, yes. Loki sucks? Oh no, Loki's actually very strong. In the immortal words of Rebecca Ford, creative director of Warframe, if you think Loki is bad, needs a rework, it's a skill issue. But non-jokingly, Loki is actually really, really strong, however, is kind of basic. He is very, 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 very strong, but just a little bit, not necessarily like boring, but it's just kind of basic. You just like throw on his augment for his third ability, and then you're just invincible, and then you just play a weapon platform, and you feel like doing like status-based stuff with like damage decoy, which is how I like to play him. Most frames outclass him? Because of the invisibility tech and invincibility tech, he's actually one of the best level cap frames in the game. On top of the fact that status priming from damage decoy and like, you know, replacing his fourth ability with something else. I do agree that he is like, he's not necessarily anything special, but he is really good. Yeah, why is my Archoplasma just not doing any damage today? It was doing damage earlier. What's going on here? One-handed, or at least not full body cast, or what you'd like to see for Loki. Yeah, and his fourth needs a rework. His fourth needs like a complete overhaul. But otherwise, he's actually very, very strong. But it's also one of those things of like, I get where people are coming from with wanting something more from Loki because, you know, he's kind of a, you know, he has one thing that he's doing these days. And it would be nice to get some more options out of him. Delvin 4 needs to do real rad procs. Yeah, exactly. You're gonna summon Barty? I mean, Barty, like, probably would agree with most of my points. He's really good, but he's kind of got like one trick up his sleeves these days, and that's largely just being a weapon platform. Loki. No, didn't summon. Oh yeah, I mean, Party definitely would. They'd definitely agree with that type of thing. But like, also, I get where people want, like, are coming from. They want something more from Loki, so like, I get it. Season Rider coming. Have to farm them too. I can't wait for them. I'm very excited. The boys. Where are you? There you are. Hey, stop that. Cardi. There we go. Nice and easy. Good job. Easy week this week. Actually, we got our weeklies done pretty quickly this time. Usually our weeklies are a little bit longer. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Now I'm just a swing. Alright, GG peeps. Zapatron, what you got? Wukong. Ooh, that looks really nice actually. Big fan of that. That looks fantastic. I really like that actually. I mean, black and gold just goes so well together. Any changes here on Garuda? Oh, Garuda, what a weird frame you are. You probably don't need adaptation. Dread Mirror basically makes you invincible. I mean, not like actually, but you're pretty much going to be unkillable with that. So I'd say that you maybe don't need adaptation, but you should be fine. You allowed to buy from chat? If you want to do Trading Reaper, we got a trade channel in our Discord. Now that said, like having another source of, you know, survivability with damage reduction is not a bad choice, but you don't really have any shields or health to really work with that damage reduction. It's kind of the only point that I have. But that said, what you have here is perfectly fine. You may want to go into higher range, right? May want to go into higher range here because Blending Talons reduces the base AoE by a significant chunk. Neville found an interesting interaction on Site 09. Not sure if it's intended. What's up? What kind of interaction do you find? I'd also say that you don't necessarily, like, you could drop Transient Fortitude for Blind Rage to get more strength because Bloodletting just restores all of your energy, but it's not super necessary. Otherwise, all that looks good. Yeah, I would also say you don't need Energize here because, again, Bloodletting restores all your energy. You could go Molt Reconstruct instead, so you eat your health with your 3, and you regenerate your health by casting your 4. That's kind of usually the tech people use on her, is Molt Reconstruct. Photo shoot with your Wukong just for bragging rights? Nice. Set 09 is the only frame you hit damage cap with. There's a few that you can hit damage cap with pretty easily. Resupply with electricity bonus damage seems normal, but if you pick up ammo and get one of the pickups off the floor, the extra damage of the skill many times more than it should be. Yeah, that's normal. Yeah. The reason why is electricity is one of 2 elements that get headshot multiplier bonuses. So that's the reason why it works so well on Sight. Because Sight gets, with his first ability, gets increased damage against headshot multipliers. So that's what you're probably experiencing. Gas is the other element that does headshot multiplier damage as well. Yeah. But you are right. It is a very good interaction on Sight. But that's a classic combo for him. It's very strong. It's the reason why the Sobek with Acid Shells is so good on Sight. Because Acid Shells will drag the electricity. Yeah, no, it's on body shots. No, but what I'm saying is the electricity, the status AoE from the electricity lands headshots. Even if you're landing body shots. That's where you're seeing that extra damage from. It's even though you're landing body shots, the electricity status effects can land headshots and can get headshot multipliers from it. That's like the interaction, I assume, is what you're seeing. Unless there's like a weird bug that's increasing its damage by even more. But that's typically it. As shells only work when you're host. Yeah, it's bugged at the moment. It's a little bit broke. That's why we love electricity, so broken in such a lovely way. Yeah, it's really good. I think we already went through that, cool guy. I think we went through your Valk there. But no, either way, you're right. Electricity is really good on Sight. Really good. Although I didn't know about the bonus ammo from the ground rather than from the initial cast. I didn't realize that that was part of the tech there. Even if you miss some headshots, you can still move the electricity stack to the enemy's head after the fact. Yeah, and also the AoE can just land headshots as well, on top of that. Yeah. Very likely a bug. Feel free to try it, saying there's a huge damage difference between the initial cast versus the one on the ground. And it only applies to electricity. Yeah, again, if it's only applying to electricity, it's probably something to do with the headshot stuff. And again, you don't need to land the headshots. The actual status effect will still land headshots, and the status effect is an AoE. So even if you're landing body shots, the AoE still lands headshots. Let's see. Damage, procs guaranteed element from the selected element on cast. 709 automatically enhances held primary, secondary, or neutralizer sniper ammo bonus, reloading the weapon, resupply elemental damage bonus, ammo pads last indefinitely, collected up to 6 ammo packs may be deployed in the field at once. Picking up an ammo pack from site, ability stat of whoever picked it up. Resupply has a cooldown. Resupply ammo packs use a unique model exclusive to Site 09. All allied Tenno can use the elemental damage buff icon. Fully loaded weapon can gain 1 element bonus at a time. Arc guns do not. Casting resupply. Gear wheel. Okay, let's go give it a quick test. Because I think it's just to do with that, but we can go double check just to be safe. Let's go do a quick simmy. Just to see if there's something else weird going on there that I don't know about. Well, let's go find out, shall we? Spider-Man, push it to the yeah. Push it to the yeah. Spider-Man, push it to the yeah. Site 09, and let's go to a non-modded config. Let's pull out my good old tester weapon, the Lex. And we'll get rid of that so we don't have multi-shots. And we'll swap, and we'll go here, and we'll simulate, and we'll pause the AI because I was testing something else earlier. So 115 body shots, and 115 plus 28. Reload, so it takes off the buff. Pick it up, and 115. Yeah. Why is it getting viral? Oh, it's because I'm set to viral. Whoopsies. Oh. Oh, these are level 1 enemies. What am I doing with my life? It's because I was testing something earlier. Hmm. 25 plus 5, reload, and pick up. Oh, you're right. It is a lot more damage when you pick it up. That's very odd. That is very odd. You're right. That is very strange. That is most definitely a bug. But yeah, you can see some of these electric dots are doing more damage, and that's because they're landing headshots. So that's what I assumed was happening and what you were experiencing. But you're right. When you pick it up, it is more damage. Because it's 9 damage, and then when you reset it and you reload, yeah, you're right. That's a significant increase in damage. Holy shit. Interesting. Definitely not intended. And this is with no strength either. That's the interesting thing. This is no strength, no damage mods on the frame. So that's very interesting. Oh, neat. Oh, that's kind of cool. Made a bug report already? Perfect. I'll get to it. Cool. Thanks for telling me about that. That's kind of cool. Warframe's so weird, man. Site 09 is going to be a frame I need to do some build shenanigans on with the new arcane. Because the resupply is is one of the things that will activate Archon or the new Arcane Sculptor. So he's going to be very, very interesting. That's really cool, actually. That's so weird. Man, Warframe. Warframe's weird. You're gonna lark for a bit? No worries. Hope you enjoy your movie. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad breaks here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. Sit tight. See you in a second. Are Prime mods better than Umbral? Depends on the Prime. I think there's only... The only ones that share and there's a Prime and an Umbral is Pressure Point. Sacrificial Pressure versus Prime Pressure Point. And Prime Pressure Point's better. The sacrificial melee mods just aren't that great. Typically, you're only really using them if you're doing a heavy attack build on a melee weapon. Usually. But for Umbral mods, depending on the build, like there's Umbral Intensify and Archon Intensify, Umbral Vitality, Archon Vitality. There's not a Primed Intensify, but there's an Archon Intensify. So like... Those ones are just serving different purposes. You ran 2 Arby's and you didn't get mods. Is there a time limit to get the mods? The mods are shop items, Hamtaro. So you go into a relay and you buy it from a vendor in the relay. It's in the Arbiter Hexus room. Oh, Wrath of Ruda, I don't really read chat messages in game chat, so if you're looking to get my attention, say something in stream chat. I don't really pay attention to in-game chat. You just go upstairs. Upstairs. Up. And it's this guy over here. Arbitration Honors. You get this resource called Vitus Essence from the arbitrations, and then you can come buy the mods and stuff here. So it's you get the resources, and then you come here, and that's when you grab like the galvanized stuff. Man, like guidance. How do I not own this? Weird. I don't own preparation. That just shows how little I think of this weapon. That's how little I think of this mod. Cautious shot, aerial ace, on kill, refresh, double jump. Ugh. Sure, why not? I'll grab that. Affected by resource boosters? Yeah, they are. Ooh, I gotta do my shopping. Good thing I'm here. What do you got for us this week, Tushin? Kuva. Sweet, delicious Kuva. And Palladino is the other one. You have 2 of the 12 you're missing? Heck yeah. Palladino. Few yellow Archon shards does that job well enough if you want it to be. I mean, I just use energy pads. Instead of preparation. I just stand there for 10 seconds while we're waiting for the mission to start. Usually you don't need preparation. Like, preparation's useful for a few frames if you're doing like speedrunning tech with Titania, or like Sevagoth Shadow is another good use for it. But like preparation, I think people should just use energy pads and then save that slot for something else. At least in my mind. Love it on your Wukong for spy missions. Yeah, and like that's another like speed running, right? Like I was saying, like that's a good example of a speed running thing. Because you just have energy right away for spies. There we go. Dark Knight, the thing that's important to remember, there's 2 things with that. They did confirm that if you're playing solo, you can go in with your own railjack. They talked about this on the dev short yesterday. Also, railjack Steel Path is coming. So you doing your build is still good for Railjack Steelpath. Who's my main Warframe? It's like I don't really think of Warframe as like you play someone as your main, but I will say that Nezha is certainly my main. If I were to say anything's my main. Hi, love your content. Can you check your Araxia and Sobek? Yeah, send it to me in game. Here's my in-game message there. Tommy. Or to me, however you want your name pronounced. Energy Plat plus duration, Wukong Cloudwalker is how you do any spy missions? Yeah. You did a funny with Garuda? What is it? Let me see. Let me see. Let me see your stupidity. Araxia. But first, we'll see Tumi's Araxia. Bellicose Persistence, Equilibrium. Because you're using Persistence, you could drop Equilibrium for Rage, just as an idea for you there. Triple Umbral, and I'm assuming you're using a shard to get your armor up to 700 using blue shards. I would say going more range is not a bad choice here because higher range on Silken Stride is actually really good. It increases the AoE of the explosions. You could actually drop Overextended for just drop Archon Stretch for Overextended, and that gets it up to 9.5. Its maximum range is 10 meters, so that's a really good combination. Or alternatively, drop Power Drift for Cunning Drift for 160 range, which should be enough for you. Again, you could drop Equilibrium for Hunter, Adrenaline, or Rage if you feel like it. Otherwise, you don't really need to. What you have here is perfectly fine. This is a really good build. Yeah, nothing really to say. If you want to throw a helmet on, a weapon buffing helmet, Zada's Whisper goes really well here. Nourish goes really well here. Roar, you can't put Roar here. Oh, you can't put Zada's Whisper here because Zada's and this have conflict. So like Nourish or Shock Trooper with Shock, Thermal Sunder, Thermal Transfer. So there are some options there for you to replace Mercy's Kiss if you want to. But if you're using Equilibrium, Mercy's Kiss is very good because it spawns so many health orbs and plays very well in survivability and energy economy. Summer's Wrath is certainly not bad because, you know, minions. If you aren't playing around the minions, you might want to swap this out for Growing Power for more strength, but otherwise the rest of this build looks really good. Yeah, I like it a lot. Yeah, nothing else to say. Looks good to me. Yeah. Like if this was me, I put my Araxia builds or Axia. I've got a number of Araxia builds there for you to take a look at. I would probably drop Equilibrium and use Equilibrium shards along with blue shards to get your armor up, and then like a cast speed shard is another option. But with this build, you have like a lot of small variations that you can make to make some changes if you feel like it. And don't forget that to heal yourself with Araxia, you just need to turn on and off for 4, right? Just toggle it on and off, and it'll full heal you basically. And then when you have Persistence, you have no problems, and you're status immune when you're 4, so you do really well. Arrived, how you doing? Primary Blight on your Sobek. You have crit damage, but you don't have any crit chance on here. So I would definitely say get some crit chance on here. Using Elementalist for the Toxin. Yeah, so you don't have any crit chance on here, but you do have Primary Blight, and you are gaining critical damage from something, Ravage. I would probably switch out Toxic Barrage. You don't really need the status chance on here if you're using it with Araxia because she has guaranteed applications with her 4th ability. So you could drop this if you feel like it. Otherwise, everything here looks fine. You might also want to switch out instead of Prime Point Blank into Galvanized Savvy. Because you have guaranteed Toxin procs and then anything else you want to throw on there. What's a good build for Kulavo? I got a few builds for you. There you go. I also like high fire rate on here. So if you want to see my Sobek build, more toxin damage is important for the Sobek. Yeah, it is. Absolutely. But if you want to see my Sobek build, what I use on my Araxia, it's that. Basically. And it does very well. It takes me to level cap without any problems. But I like this. I would just say maybe like you've gone into crit damage, but you don't have any critical chance. Sobek Explosions and inherent Bane mods. I believe that they inherit faction mods, yeah. I believe so. Why did the ESO Lato drop? It's because they increased the drop chance of the Lato and Burst and Vandal. No, Brat and Vandal. They increased the drop chance in ESO. Why remove Toxin Barrage? Because they already have Shock Contagious spread here. So they already have some Toxin on here, and they already have Toxin here. So it's just an option to get more damage because we have critical damage here, and we have critical damage here. So you might as well actually do something with that critical damage being more... whatchamacallit? Being more crit chance. Cardi, do you got a link for that? Can you DM it to me on Discord? Tune into Warframe creators and special broadcasts. So this is the Summer Games Fest. This is Twitch drops for specific creators. And then Jade Shadow's Constellations from June 17th until June 20th. Tune into any Warframe creator on Twitch. Hey, anyone from DE sitting in chat? Is this for only Warframe content creators, or is this for the directory wide? It says directory wide, so I'm assuming directory wide here, but it says Warframe creator here. So that's a little bit confusing verbiage, but also that's not really going to matter for most people. Yeah, that won't really matter for most people. That's only something that matters to me. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Hell yeah. Blood Frenzy, Domestic Drone, Blade Swarm, Domestic Drone, and Exploration Poster. Ooh, I do like drones. That's awesome. Heck yeah. The drops don't end in June either. Stay tuned for additional details for the upcoming TennoCon drops in July. Very nice. I think they meant they'd use the full Warframe content creator. Well, this means Warframe content creator. But this means, or at least this tells me, because they say Warframe creator with Warframe content creator. But this says directory wide, so it sounds like it's going to be directory wide. This should be like tune into any stream in the Warframe directory. But also, it's such a, most people are just going to read this. This doesn't really matter. So that's cool. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, drops. We love drops. Whee! I was wondering if they were going to do drops for this. We haven't done a directory-wide drop in a while, so I was wondering if they're going to do something. That's awesome. So for the first 3 days of the patch, tune into any Warframe creator on Twitch. Nice. Hell yeah. That's awesome. 12 p.m. Only saw Gemini? Yeah, I was just doing a quick test. Cyto 9's electric seems to be bugged a bit. So anyway, going back to this, the only thing I would say is crit chance, because you're going into crit damage here, but you don't have any crit chance, right? You got sauce, but you don't have any passive for your sauce. So that, no, it's not bugged. No, that's not what I'm talking about. It's N evil, right? Evil. If you pick up the ammo packs off the ground, it's giving like 1,000 times % more damage, rather than the ammo auto resupply into your inventory. And it's on host that's bugged. Yeah, it's very bugged right now. That should not be functioning like that. Like, it was doing 5 damage electric with my tester Lex against 225 level heavy gunners, and then when that's with the cast, but then when you picked it up off the ground, it was doing 270 electric damage. So significantly bonkers higher damage. Very, very broken right now. So I'm assuming that that's bugged. What's my current site build? Same as before. But this is going to be changing with the new build, with the new arcanes. There you go. There's my site. Be-da-dee-da-da-da-da. Seek help. Never changed it from the short? Nah, I haven't changed it from the short. I just don't. I haven't played a lot of Sight, so. Oh, it's just you know YouTube comments being YouTube comments as usual. You know, just YouTube comments. Ooh, a shield tank build. That's kind of fun. Nope, same as in game. You can also type IGN for in-game name. And then I bot summons it for you there. Oh, I do need to update that though. Warframe, it's just Zenosfire as well now, I believe. Doesn't translate with expertise? No, expertise doesn't show up here. But you can kind of do the math. That's kind of cool, I like that. 1372? Ooh, tasty. Melee build for Gruta Talons? I will be doing a melee build for Gruta Talons. Eventually. Oh, the build someone sent? No, it was just the shield tank Garuda. Oh, you know what I do need to go see is, do you, by chance, have my whatchamacallit? Do you have a Verglass ribbon for me today, please? Steel charge? I mean, you can also just play Garuda with just a normal melee. She's really good. Did I do my shopping? Yeah, I've already done most of it. I just haven't done this one yet. No, nothing interesting here this week. That's okay. I need to save my Pathos clamps for later. Is all good in the hood. We need those Pathos clamps for another time. Another ting. But yeah, there's gonna be directory-wide drops. Okay. What's the reason why? I'll play more Nyx. I haven't played Nyx in a while. What do I want to play Nyx with? Ooh, Glaxion. I do like the Glaxion on my Nyx. Well, I just like the Glaxion, period, to be fair. What's the Garuda video going to be about? It's going to be about Garuda. Nothing like overly special. At least I don't think so. There's nothing too crazy special there. For the way that I'll be building her out. At least nothing too crazy. Okay, who wants to join me for a Omnia Conjunction Survival Steel Path? Who would like to join me for a Omnia Fissure Conjunction Survival Steel Path? If you don't mind you, I don't mind you at all. Come on down. What's your... You're not online, so I can't send you an invite. Tommy, yeah, what's your in-game name? I've already closed your message, so if you say, I sent you a message, oh, you're on my friends list, even better. Golden Cheese, what's your in-game name? Every time, it was just because you probably logged in between. Golden Cheese, just let me know what your in-game name is and I'll send you in. I think you're Wrath. But I don't remember the rest of your name there. Wrath or Ruda. Catch, what you got? Exceltra. Shred. I wouldn't use Vigilante Fever. There is a better fire rate mod if you want fire rate. Better than this one at the very least. Crit chance, status chance, crit damage. That's actually a really nice ribbon for here. Yeah, that's quite nice. That's very tasty. Yeah, this looks good. I would just use a different fire rate mod in this one. Yeah. Convectrix or Bratton Prime. If you got the Incarnate, the Bratton Prime is like the highest damaging weapon in the game. So I'd probably go with that. Convectrix. I don't have a Convectrix build video. And I don't actually think I have a Convectrix build. But the Bratton Prime with his Incarnate is the highest damage out there. She does only 1 slash proc. I can't remember how it functions precisely off the top of my head. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to accept Turbo. Otherwise, tight. See you in a second. We need a rare drop coupon on the occasion to claim 2 rewards from relics. That would be kind of funny. But I could see that becoming problematic. Potentially. Reinforced bond to companion, the fire rate still worth it? I mean, I'm someone who just like more fire rate. Let's just give it more. You accidentally left? It's okay, we'll send you back an invite. Okay, y'all know the deal. Find a room, hang out together, get candies, win day. This room's not terrible to get started in, but let's see if we can find ourselves something better. Yeah, yourself, it's all good. Just take the invite again. It's not even a problem at all. Happens all the time. Come over to this room, squad. Much better room over there. I'm just gonna see if I can find that speed up tool, but we'll hold on to it until you get into the squad here. Golden cheese. Oh, we already used the speed up tool. Crap. Okay, hopefully you can get in. By a light way. If we find another speed up tool, don't use it, so that we can just make sure that golden cheese gets their react in here, just in case he's. Finally crafting Sevagoth, heck yeah! Well, Sevagoth Prime. Good to hear. Sevagoth Prime is really good. Really, really good. Arctic Eximus, you're not the best employee. You're the best. You're a great employee. Yeah, you're fantastic. Get to work, bud. You're a great employee. Neutron Star work with Frost, with Biting Frost. No, because it needs final critical chance increases. I mean, it would get crit damage, but you would still need to activate it through like Avenger. Additive crit chance increases don't work. But the crit damage would, but you would still need Avenger to give it crit chance. Wow, these enemies are hyper crowd controlled. We have what looks like a decoy. Oh, we have a Necros. We have Chaos. It's just hilarious. Using Neutron Star. I mean, Neutron Star is really good. I'm using Neutron Star here for this build, but that's mainly for the just extra damage reduction, and then on top of that, the hot shot crit chance to play into her passive crit chance from radiation. So you just end up really, really high. You get like 500% free crit for the passive and hot shot with this build. Additive crit chance, of course. Of course, of course. Oh, it doesn't look like you got your relic in there. Accurate feels kind of meh. I mean, it's an old weapon, so yeah. I would love to see the Accurate get an incarnate. That'd be hilarious. I don't know who missed their relic there, but if you need that Nyx blueprint, I'll give it to you. I don't mind at all. Sonic Ore? Wait, what one's the Sonic Ore? Is the Sonic Ore the fist guns? Or is that the Static Ore? I always get those two mixed up. The wrist mounted one? Yeah, the Static Ore I want as an incarnate. But that's like an old classic weapon that I just love. Can you... Hello? Am I just that bad at aiming? Oh, apparently just that bad at aiming. Alright. Isn't that also Banshee's unique weapon? No, her Banshee's is the Ifona. Technically. Well, I mean, not really, but it's the one that she comes with, if I remember correctly, for her Prime Access. Hey, you! Oh, I was gonna hire you. No. Actually, Gara Prime's a good, feel-good weapon. You paired it with Mirage with Pistolier and Velocity. Oh yeah, it's hilariously good. You know what's also really good with that combination is the Magnus. Angel Kills, how you doing? Welcome in. Nyx's Cybolt supposed to do damage? No, they remove enemies. They give you shields, overguard, and armor, and they remove that from enemies. But to my knowledge, does not give you do a little bit of damage. Wait, can I still kidnap you? No, they fixed it. I can't employ, not kidnap, I swear. I can't employ the acolytes anymore. Demes? I love Demes. I don't think I'll ever let my friend live it down that he accidentally overdosed. It was just greening out. It wasn't like a major overdose, but he accepted weed from a stranger and he shouldn't have done that. And so we had to leave the concert early, and it made me very sad, but my friend's health is more important. But I will razz him for it at every opportunity. Don't accept drugs from strangers, kids. And just don't do drugs. You're not the one I want. You're not the one I want either. You're not the one I want either. I'm looking for a new employee. Hey, you an employee? Nah, you're an Energy League Seximus. I don't care about you. I don't care about you either. I don't care about you either. Fine, you're an employee now. Congratulations. Get to work. Oh, you know what? What? Oh, that's your employee. Dang it. Okay, which one of us has the better benefits package? Benefits package. I think it's probably Necros. Because when you leave Nyx's employment, you just die. Whereas at least Necros, you die and then you get employed. Necros offers paid time off. Oh, that's... Yeah, but like, what? Does he have dental? I don't think Necros has dental. Welcome to the most unk comparison ever in Warframe. What Warframe? Gives the best. He has life insurance? True! He does have immediate life insurance the moment you get hired. Necros needs a rework? I think Necros just needs his minions to do more damage and Soul Punch would be something. I actually like Necros. I don't think he necessarily needs it. He could certainly use it though. But I actually like him, he's fun. Yeah, we'll take another next part, why not? What about Kamisado and Summoners? It's just not enough damage. He needs more damage on those minions, in my opinion. Even then, Kamisado doesn't really, you know, the strength isn't super necessary on him. Your luck is dookie? Well, I'm sorry. I can't, my streamer powers aren't working today. I need to go bribe Zach. Why aren't you dying? Hey, Wisp, how you doing? Coming for that ass. Die, fool. How's my day? Pretty good so far. This is a nice weekly day. Getting our weeklies done up. How was yours? Get up to anything crazy today? Fight any demons? Let's fight like demons. Oh, that would have been a great employee. J-Light Xmas are the best employee. Oh, actually, hold on. I hate it when that happens, when you cast the ability, but they die in the cast time. So you can't employ them. Very disappointing. It was good? Good. Itchy. It's because your company will buy out mine? What the hell? Jeez. Friggin'. Oh man, if anyone wants to like just appreciate Rebecca Ford even further, you should go watch the Drop Frames podcast with her. I appreciate Reb just so much more now that I've saw that. She's just like, fucking corpos. Like, Reb, I love you, never change. Ooh, Arctic Xmas. She did some crazy stuff. She certainly did. No, I really appreciated that. Just because, like, she's just being so real in the conversation. It's being like, these corporations are just like killing games. Yeah, the OnlyFans one, I figured that's what you were talking about. Any tips for a new Warframe streamer? Okay, so first things first, Josh Strife Hayes just put out a video like yesterday. It's an hour-and-a-half long. I would recommend watching it. It talks about sort of the realities of being a streamer, and I would recommend every single person who is thinking of doing content creation to watch that video. It talks a lot about sort of the complexities of content creation and the realities of it. It's now going to be the video that I tell everyone to go watch when they ask that question. Just get back to Warframe that you've been on and off since you juggle around games. You've maxed out your Warframe weapons essential to forma for mod slots. Depending on where you are in the game, I would definitely say that's certainly something you want to be doing, because our limitation on our builds, so like how much damage we can do with our weapons, our Warframes, and like some of the cool tech is essentially limited by our mod capacity. So, you know, I would definitely recommend investing in Forma on a frame, especially if you're enjoying that frame specifically. It was Josh Strife Hayes. Quite possibly the best explanation of the reality of streaming for everybody. And also it's worthwhile to note with his video is he's already incredibly famous. So his streaming journey was incredibly positively, in his case for him, tainted. Not like in a bad, when I'm saying that, like I'm not being mean when I say that. I'm saying that he had a much easier time getting streaming because he already had a effing massive fan base. Because you're on your progress going to Steel Path. Yeah, so like once you start going to Steel Path, your build starts to really matter more. Like really matter more. See that one I was trying to kidnap and then my dog killed them. And like just for reference, I did not make money, so I was spending money doing streaming. Like to get my streaming career going. I was investing in my job for over a year and a half. I did not make any money. That is no longer the case. I am now fine. But you should still give me your money. Before Steel Path, you gotta brute force it. Yeah. 3 streak, heck yeah. 5 gifted guys. Okay, well, I mean, we already got lots of gifted today. We don't. That's just me being a shill. But yes, Josh Strife Hayes talks very has a lot of very important and good points about the reality of being a content creator, specifically a streamer. So would highly recommend. And the other thing I would say is you can't do just streaming. Especially in a small game like Warframe, you cannot do just streaming. You have to be making content on like YouTube, TikTok, Insta, all of it. And that's just kind of part of the reality of it. Even Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, says that you need to be not just on Twitch. Which is kind of funny because he admits that his platform can't actually support people. You know, it's a little bit funny that he even admits it himself that he doesn't pay us enough to support us. But that's a whole nother conversation. You want to learn how to model so you can do Tenogen? Do it, man. Tenogen is one of the coolest opportunities for artists in gaming, period. It is really, really solid. You'd not be taking advice from someone like him, to be honest, but he's right. I think his advice is actually super solid. But he's talking about it from like he's already made it situation, right? He does talk about, obviously, in that video about newer streamers and like the complexities that he wasn't faced with. But it's also really important to remember that he is coming from a position of already success in the industry. Maybe not a direct, you know, he's doing YouTube versus, you know, Twitch, but he is still very much a already successful individual. So like he was gonna have success streaming either way. It would probably be a few years, but you think you could do Tenogen? Listen, you'll never, if anything else, make it a hobby just for fun. You know, don't not everything needs to be monetized, which is actually something also he mentioned in the video. You're okay to play games not on stream, and that's actually something I really struggle with, because I feel like I should always be monetizing. Oh, that was a good employee there. Dang it. 7 million damage. Whee! Jade Light X misses. Whee! Free damage. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, it's see you in a minute. Exactly. Hi, Rainy. How you doing today? So remember the best advice pre-2020 on streaming: if you do, don't quit your day job. If you continue, consistency is king. And still don't quit your day job. If you get partnered on Twitch, don't quit your day job. Now your work has started. Yeah, and that's the exact opposite of what I did. Is I rage quit my job and just decided, you know what? If I'm gonna chase a dream, now's the time to chase a dream. Wow, my dog just keeps killing things before I can cast my ability. And I would never recommend anyone to go this route that I went. I had a significant savings set up for me to be able to take this risk. And I just manipulated the systems, manipulated the algorithm in order to be able to do the job properly. My dog is the employee? Yeah. And I also want to say streaming is not a talent, because talent is something generally people say, and like content creation is generally is not a talent, because people say generally talent is something that is you're born with. Everything I do is stuff I learned. Maybe not through streaming, maybe through other things, but everything I use every single day is learned skills. It's a skill intensive job, but it is not a talent intensive job. I'm your favorite Warframe content creator. Well, thanks. 99% of your time talent is something you enjoy, so easy to pay attention to and get better at. Yeah, I mean, the big thing is like it's you just need to be smart with how you're doing stuff. Is the thing that I will always recommend. Okay, we're heading out here, peeps. Head to extract. We're done, Zode. GG, nice and easy. Ooh, piranha. Nice. That's a really good weapon. It's a really, really good weapon. Still one of my favorite secondaries. Even though I don't use it very much anymore. But it's really good. I love that thing. Get out of here, nerds. I'm your favorite streamer, and MH is your favorite YouTuber. I love MH. He's great. Seeing him at TennoCon was arguably one of the biggest highlights for me. He's just a really down to earth and just like a really chill guy. He's great. Meeting him in person, like he's just a gold star human. Super chill, super nice, super humble, incredibly humble person. Legitimately a really cool guy. I'm excited to see him again this year. It was funny. I've told this story a few times, but for newer people, he and I were communicating on Discord sort of here and there before TennoCon. So on our train ride to, like on my train ride to TennoCon, he was asking me, be like, hey, are you coming to this Crater event tonight? I was like, yeah, I'm just on the train right now from Toronto, so I'll be there in like a couple hours. And he's like, oh wow, that's so funny. I just got on the train too. We were sitting like 5 seats away from each other. It was really, really funny. So we ended up just being like a few seats away from each other, and then we ended up chatting a little bit before the train left. And we were just sitting there chatting. It was great. And his partner's really, really nice. She's great. I wonder if she's making it again this year. I hope she's making it again this year. She was really, really, really kind. Bam. Also, like, oh no, MH Blackie's hot. I'll be real. He's a good-looking guy. Thanks for the game. Thanks for joining me. I appreciate you. Yeah, TunnelCon, like, if you have the opportunity to go to TunnelCon, first off, don't be afraid to come up to creators and actually say hi. We're all super chill with it. Just don't interrupt us if we're talking with somebody else. But like, Tato and No Sympathy, straight up two of the coolest people I've ever met. Kai, honestly, one of the cooler guys as well. Dinos, Barty, myself, Fen was there last year. Like, if you have the opportunity to go. And oh, Brozyme, of course. Brozyme was like, Brozyme, I gotta really give it up to Brozyme, because Brozyme is, of course, like the creator for the community, right? Like, if you think Warframe, like, it's either Tato or Brozyme are the two that you're usually thinking of. And Brozyme was just like, to the people who were socially awkward or whatnot, just like wander around and be like, hey, we're going to grab ramen, you want to join us? And just like gathered a whole bunch of socially awkward people who didn't really know what they were doing at TennoCon. It was like, okay, we're gonna go grab ramen. And we just hung out. It was just like, he was genuinely straight up one of the kinder guys. And just like made everybody feel welcome, made all the new creators feel welcome, made all the small creators feel welcome. It was just like A+. Really, really cool dude. Just, if only we could just get him off his addiction to gloom. I'm joking. No, but like, and if you're coming to TennoCon and you see me, you know, feel free to come up and say hi. Happy to chat with you, happy to take photos. Just make sure you don't interrupt me when I'm talking to somebody else. I ask. Or just be polite about it. That's all. We're human too. Rubico? I don't have a Rubico build, actually. Do I have a Rubico build? Big man. Hey, how's it going? Rubico. You might go next year? You should, if you have the opportunity to. Oh, I very much do not have a Rubico build. No. I very much do not have a Rubico build. Whoops. Athidai? I really hope that they fix the Athidai's unique trait with the Prime. The only thing really holding the Athidai back is that its unique trait doesn't refresh. But that also might just be a balancing factor to it. I'm going to be really interested in what the Athidai Prime looks like with the with Stynex. And of course the Offenses Prime too. Have I done Steel Bat Circuit? I don't really do Steel Bat Circuit anymore. You've seen it refresh? It doesn't refresh while it's active. Or at least it previously didn't. Maybe they fixed it. I didn't realize that. Let's go find out. Hiya! And Kazam. And over here. Away with you, Toxic Snotter. And it's on headshot, right? With the unique trait. It's going well, Ronnie. How you doing? Yeah, it's weak point kills. New Nidus rework looks like it'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, the new Nidus rework looks crazy. Yeah, the Athidai unique trait is not refreshing while it's active. It can it can automatically recharge again, but it doesn't refresh. A lot of academic pressure is making you want to work on your portfolio. Oh no. Oh no. What are you in school for, Ronnie? Yeah, the new Nidus rework looks incredible. I'm really, really excited for that, actually. Weak points, maybe Banshee. I don't think it's Banshee weak points. I think it's regular weak points. Going into Data Science Masters. Ooh, nice. Nice. Generally speaking, when it says weak points, Banshee's weak points aren't weak points. They're not a weak point thing. What do I have on this? Crit chance, electricity, crit damage, minus status duration. Oh yeah, that's right. I got this really, really silly ribbon. Forgot about this. Why am I not running blast on this? With that minus status duration, why am I not running blast on here? Oh, why am I running acuity on here? Oh, it was for this tech, that's why. Yeah. Sonar's flavor tech is up there with one of the most misleading ability descriptions in the game. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of really, like, the one that surprises me, especially because he's a starter frame, is Electric Shield doesn't mention anything here about the crit damage. It doesn't mention anything here about the crit damage. The Athodai? I made a short on it, yeah. A-T-H-O-D-A-I. It's right there. Like, this doesn't mention the crit damage thing at all, even in its stats. Like, it's very odd. Very, very, very odd. Volt shields give crit damage? Yeah. They give crit damage for all projectiles. Shelldag? I don't have a video on it, but I got it here. I think it's just the more influence shenanigans. No, actually, I go Doty on here. I go Doty. Hey, Infernus, been a little while. How you doing? Yeah, I do Doty on here. It's actually pretty good with Doty. I like it. Nice big old crit damage. You doing good? Very silly Dante build. Gas electric on the dual acre, good idea. Yeah, I mean, influence is always good. Wasn't the Obex game in Karnan? Yes, in 2 weeks today. Electric progenitor? Yeah, I'm just using electric progenitor there. You can use whatever progenitor you want to. Heat, electric, magnetic, anything like that. What's your preferred melee for Slam Neja? I don't do Slam Neja. But if I'm going to do it, it's probably going to be something that has status effects on the Slam that plays into it. Surprisingly, the heat dagger is actually really good for that. It has guaranteed heat on the Slam. Or it's the heat sword, one of the two. The dark sword has toxin on its Slam. The Mire has really good toxin on its Slam as well. Nakota Mire. Architriton with electricity because electricity is just so good. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff with Slam builds, but I just don't play Slam builds. I find them very boring. So I go more caster builds with my Neja. And if I'm playing melee, I go into the hate with Wrathful Advance. Throw them up on spikes, cast Wrathful Advance to get the guaranteed heavy attack, which does slash damage, and then heat with Burning Hate and Elementalist, giving it significant elemental damage, and just plays very, very well. Just checking up, currently busy. No worries, Chrome. Welcome back. Neyutoro. Something along those lines. How you doing? Welcome in. Oi. Oi. Peanuts. Athodai. Made it. What was this? Made you want to build the Athodai? Crit chance, crit damage, and regular damage? That's actually pretty solid on here. This is very much a crit-based weapon. So that's actually really solid. Lux Wisp. Excal. No Helmets, Energized Fury, Continuity Flow, Streamline, Blind Rage, Chromatic Blade, Triple Umbral. Yeah, looks fine. Be a little bit careful with your survivability. You'll have to probably survive through slash dash. Keep in mind you don't get energy per second while you're in Exalted Blade, so you may want to switch off of Dreamer's Bond, but the rest of that looks good. Condition Overload, Sacrificial. Yeah, so I actually wouldn't run Condition Overload on here because the energy blades just tend to not... They tend to just kill something before their statuses go off. Like, if I'm just being honest. Influence goes crazy well on here, but I would say Blood Rush, Weeping Wounds would both be really good, and some form of attack speed would be really good. Would be another solid choice on here. Hey, Kaizen. So excited for the Aphrodite Prime? Yeah. Miss you saying it? Silly Dante build, funny melee wizard. You put Wrathful Vance over Noctua? Yeah. I mean, he's just a good weapon platform, so you just slap on whatever helmet you want to. Does very good damage. The really interesting thing with that tech and furnace is Word Warden will use all of the mods and arcanes of your Noctua, even if you helmet over Noctua. So you put Encumber on Noctua, put Impetus on your Dante, and that will give you 78% strength and 39% efficiency for free. CO with a Hound. Yeah, the problem is that the Hounds are made of paper and not really the biggest range, considering that with Influence, the range from the range on the Exalted Blades is 95 meters maximum, and the Hounds are not hitting 95 meters away. So like that's the reason why I typically go prime pressure point on Excal and most Excal and Baruch's exalted weapons, is just because the mass range of it, you'll end up getting more. I at least personally find that you end up getting more consistent damage using prime pressure point than condition overload. The heavy attacks do have multiplicative condition overload, that too, but also one of those things of like you're killing everything instantly with the heavy attacks with a more endgame related build. But overkill is the best kind of kill in Warframe. Shocking Touch, Volcanic Edge, so Gas Electric, range, crit damage, Toxin, super nice. Yeah, looks good. Nothing really to say here. Some attack speed for this last mod slot, probably. And don't be too worried about status weighting. It's not a majorly concerning thing on this weapon. I mean, to be fair, status weighting is not a majorly concerning thing in general in Warframe because we just kill things so quickly. It's like not super important. The Tetra? I think I've got a build for the Tetra. Oh, I don't have a build for the Tetra. Is for the capacity in this case? Yeah. Don't I have a video? Hold on. Wait, I'll still pull up the build here for you, but I thought I had a build for the Tetra on the channel. Oh, I don't have. Oh, look at that. This is what I run on my Tetra. If I'm remembering correctly, this is multiplicative, so that's why I'm running both Serration and Merciless, and I'm using the Kinetic Ricochet Augment for it. The Exilus Augment. This guy here. Shots now, bounce 6 times, and travel 30% further. So it's just fun to have the bullets bounce around and just like deal damage for you. Super not necessary, but it's a fun little mod, and you've got the extra mod capacity for it anyway. It also just helps apply gas to enemies if it just randomly hits somebody. And I'm like 99% certain that this is multiplicative on here. So Merciless plus Serration goes really, really well with it. And then Shreds just for a little bit of punch through and some extra fire rate. And I'm running Magnetic as my progenitor. You can go electric, gas, like go whatever you want to. I just find Magnetic is just really, really nice to have for the Overguard extra damage. So that's why I go Magnetic. It's really unfortunate that Aptitude doesn't apply to the AoE from the Altfire. Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of the way that it always works. Do they bounce off of enemies like Dual Toxins Incarnate or off the train? Off the train with the build I have there because I have punch through. So you just let it bounce around the field. I don't think it bounces off enemies with punch through. The dual toxis doesn't bounce off enemies, it ricochets, so when it hits an enemy, its bullets will split and hit another enemy nearby. So it's a little bit different than the bouncing. Just like on an overly technical sense. Bloxindo, man, this is my favorite. This is my favorite melee weapon in the game. I just wish that it had it. This is, if I could convince DE to give me one incarnate in the game, it probably would be the Sindo. Okay, so it seems like you're going for a heavy attack build because you have reflex and sacrificial pressure here, so it looks like you're going for heavy attacks. Just swag? Yeah, just swag. It's a fucking battle axe. It's just a giant F-off battle axe. It's great. It looks like you're going for a heavy attack build, and what you have here is fairly decent. Just amalgam organ shatter instead for the heavy attack wind up speed. And the reason why I say you're going for heavy attack builds is because you're using this and you're using this. If you're not going for heavy attack build, then you need to make some significant changes. But if you're going for heavy attack build, what you have is solid. Okay, just got to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. Hi, you're back. I'm Zenos. Nice to meet you. See you in a second. Jack the Raven? I did. I looked at it. It had a crit chance on it. Ollie with the 10. Holy crap, Ollie. Thank you so much, Ollie, for the 10 gifted subs. Hell not ads. Hell yeah. Thank you very much, Ollie. If you got gifted a sub, please make sure to say thank you, because that's the right thing to do. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Ollie. Appreciate the hell out of you. Super generous. 3 to 12 secured. What's left for you, Reaper? What you hunting down? Your battle axe is good. If you're doing a heavy attack build, your axe is good, yes. That very much screams like a heavy attack spam build. Which you might want to try Truth Flame on it. Which I would then say you might also want to get some range on it, because range just plays very well with Truth Flame, just makes it a little bit easier. Just makes it a little bit more consistent, a little bit easier to use. I think I'm just going to quickly run to the washroom, and then we'll see if I have the energy to keep going. Ugh. You want to treat them? You want? Refreshing your lurk, Alpine. No worries. You enjoy your lurk. Do I have the energy to keep going here? Do I have the energy to keep going here? Hello, how you doing, Yaya? Says you got gifted a sub. What does that mean? It means that you no longer get ads, and now you get access to my emotes. So now you don't have to worry about ads, and you get yourself some cool little emotes to use. Hey, Cosmic, how you doing? Yeah, you know what? I got energy for one more thing. The music's amazing. I'm glad you think so. 10 and Tetra. Scope. Heavy cal. I don't know if I would use heavy cal here. I would just use Serration. You kind of want to have the accuracy on here. Not like it's super necessary, but I would highly recommend it. In-game names just Zenosfire? Yep. I reply fast sometimes. Status chance, crit damage, multi-shot. That's really tasty. Using the heavy caliber for maximum bouncing chaos. Even then, I would probably still recommend doing serration. And the reason why is that you can still land the initial hit and then let it bounce afterwards. Is my logic for it. Do you know what to mod for Railjack? I'm going to be looking into that before the update. And don't forget, this is an Exilus weapon slot, so you can move this over here. And don't forget that you can move slots off of your Eximus slot. Going into here, swap polarity, and then you can move it around. So, don't feel like that one's messed up there, but just a heads up. You can sort of move that over there. I don't know if I would use fast hands here for the reload speed. It does have a really slow reload speed, so I get why you're doing that. Didn't realize you can move the Exilus slot polarities? Yep. Yep. Time. Yes, we'll be working on the Railjack stuff. The Vasto. Cascade of Flare for more damage. Crit chance, crit damage. Tasty. Pistol Gambit. Merciless Gunfight. Very good. Frostbite. Multi-shot. Multi-shot's always good. Multiple forms of multi-shot would be good if you're able to, but it doesn't look like you're going to be able to. Vasto Incarnate has a huge multi-shot, is a huge multi-shot crit weapon. Yeah. I'd definitely say more multi-shot on here to really take advantage of that. Like the Galvanized multi-shot, Lethal Torrent, if you could fit it in here. I think realistically you'd have to remove this to get Lethal Torrent on, and I would probably want to keep this. Punch through is just so nice. If you go into like Merciless or Deadhead, you could drop Scorch and then go 2 multi-shot mods here. And that's probably what I would personally do, but I understand wanting to go in that route. You actually had to queue it at one point, didn't fix it after you removed it. Yeah, I would always, I'm not a big fan of Acuity very much these days, but I like high multi-shot weapons. Does status duration matter for the Soma? I mean, status duration is generally not gonna super matter. Depending on what these values are when they're at max, considering this is 3 pips, I'm gonna guess this is about minus 60% status duration. When it's at max. You could go into Blast Corrosive on here because Blast actually has a positive synergy with minus status duration. Activating the Blast early increases its damage, essentially. So running minus status duration with Blast is actually really good. And then you can just make this go into Corrosive. Yeah, here with, it doesn't show the numbers. Is this the right numbers? Because usually it doesn't show the numbers properly. That's why I ask. About right? Okay. So yeah, I mean, this is replacing a Toxin 60/60, giving you crit chance and crit damage. That's really good. I don't know about y'all, but that sounds really effing good to me. Right? It's like this is replacing a 60/60 and then giving you more. Blast Toxin? I would go Blast Corrosive because reducing enemies' armor gives you more damage. Right? On Blast. Yeah, the negative status duration is not that big of a deal with the super high multi-shot and fire rate on these things on the Soma Prime. It's usually not a big problem with negative status duration for the corrosive. Usually. Doesn't mean that's a guaranteed or not. But Toxin, the problem with Toxin with this Riven is that Toxin deals damage on the 1 second. On its own, it deals damage on the 1 second, so that kind of has a counter synergy, meaning that I'm like 80%, 70% certain that the Toxin just won't survive long enough for it to deal damage. So you probably don't want to have Toxin on its own here. You still want to go into Blast, I agree, with the minus status duration. Hence why I've been saying that. But I would probably go into Corrosive. Because just any armor removed will increase the damage of the blast is kind of the idea behind it. Of course, you can also just go into Viral. Viral's always good on that thing. Bursting. Debilitate on the bursting. Fire rate, damage, crit chance. Ooh, tasty. That's actually a really nice ribbon. That's a lot of fire rate. Holy crap. Between those two, I don't know if I would use both of them. But also, it's kind of cool. You could go just heat solo on here for just more heat in the normal form, or getting heat in the normal form and then getting more heat in the incarnate form. Or you could go magnetic or radiation to play in the debilitate that you're already running here. So a few options for you to remove this if you wanted to. It's not super necessary, obviously, but just some ideas for you. You're to head out. Weather's being chaotic and loud. Yeah, I'm with you. The weather's kicking my butt today. Does Blast like less status duration, or it's a non-issue with it? It actually does have a synergy with negative status duration. Because when a Blast proc activates, it deals 300% damage its normal damage value, depending on how many stacks. And when you get to 10 stacks, it auto activates. And has more damage with 10 stacks. But because of minus status duration, if it activates early, then it will activate that damage early. And so there is some synergies for using negative status duration with Blast. Yeah, that's a really nice ribbon. I like that a lot, actually. That's really, really good. Remove the point strike. I would actually keep the point strike. Going higher into crits on here makes sense to me. Like, I would even replace this with the corrupted critical chance mod, because this thing, when it gets good crit chance, this thing goes absolutely wild. But I like the rest of it. Persephone. Persephone. Thought it only detonated when you reach 10 stacks or when it expires. So the minus status duration will expire. Cause it to expire faster, right? Mm-hmm. 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 Also detonates on kill. Also detonates on kill. Indeed, indeed. Oh, Babylon. All right, everybody. I am calling it here for me today. My headache is coming back, so I'm just going to call it a little bit early here. Usually we go until about 7 p.m. I'm still debating whether or not I want to do a time change for the stream, so still debating on that one. But this is where we're going to call it here for me. Thank you, everyone, for the wonderful day today. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, Ollie, for the 10 gifted. Thank you, Ollie, for the 2 gifted. Thank you, Ollie, for the 10 gifted. Thank you, Tal, for the 4 months. Tier 1. Thank you, Scotty, for the 13 months tier 1. Thank you, Ace, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Ollie, for the 10 gifted. Thank you, Tutus Zitos, for the new Prime. Thank you, Redacted, for the biddies and the sound alerts. Thank you, Jay Breezy, for the gifted. Thank you, Tazzy, for the 8 months Prime. Thank you, Crolius, for the 8 months tier 1. Thank you, Crolius, for the 10 months Prime. Thank you, Cafe Coffee, for the 3 months Prime. Thank you, May, for the 24 months Prime. And for everybody else, I appreciate y'all. We'll be back. I don't know if we're going to do Variety tomorrow or if we'll do Warframe tomorrow. So keep an eye on the Discord for that. But we are going to call it here for me. We may be doing Variety on Saturday. We might be doing Final Fantasy 14 on Saturday. Maybe. I will let you know. But I hope you all had a fun day today. I know I did. And I hope you all have yourselves a good time. Over with... Hey, Mama loves me. Bye, Mama loves me. Go say hi to No Sympathy. Like I said, another fantastic creator and streamer. And we'll be back tomorrow for more Warframe shenanigans. All right, everybody. Take care. Be safe. Be good. Have fun with No Sympathy. Bye, y'all.